Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Lecture 6 of our Gyan course. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce today's session, which will delve into the richly layered world of diasporic life and culture as portrayed in the work of two prominent contemporary authors, Jhumpa Lahiri and Kiran Desai. To guide us through these compelling themes, we are honored to have with us National Faculty Professor Nazia Hassan, working as faculty member in Women's College, Aligarh Muslim University since 2002. She teaches various English literature paper to undergraduate and postgraduate students. Her area of interest is post-colonial Indian fiction. Before I invite Professor Nazia, I would like Dr. Sadaf Fareed, course coordinator, Gyan course, to present KIT to our speaker. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Nazia Hassan as she takes us on a journey through the diasporic world created by Lahiri and Desai. Please come, ma'am. Yes, sir. Please start the PPT, ma'am.
I think, yes.
And how do I change the slides from here?
You can use that, this as well, or you can just change them directly from here.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon. Am I audible, participants? Right. So we are here to discuss identity, culture, and diaspora in the works of the two writers mentioned here, Jhumpa Lahiri and Kiran Desai. Both of them have connection with India, and Jhumpa Lahiri especially has the experience of living as a diaspora person. I press the end button, Maisha. Right. So this is the list of my reading, some of the books that I try to read and understand. I must mention that in the last 2 centuries, there has been a redistribution of people all over the globe. And I have given some details here. There is almost a kind of mass movement of people. And that's why George Steiner called the 20th century as the age of the refugees. And this mass movement consists of all kinds of people. They could be intellectuals, scientists, they could be workers, refugees, and other kind of people. I have mentioned donkey also. I'm sure you are familiar with this term, made popular by Bollywood, because donkey is not just a fictional thing, it is very much real. And people do take this route. And then I believe Adam and Eve were the first people or human beings who were sent on exile, who experienced diaspora. Literature, people cannot stop themselves thinking of the mythology. And diaspora has, of course, become an extensive semantic domain today. It has many terms to it now. And so some of the terms are mentioned here. I see a very usual pattern when we talk of diaspora. It begins in two ways. Diaspora, people who become part of the diaspora community, they can sometimes, they are refugees, sometimes they are the willing people who are ready to leave their borders and set up another home at another place. So for those who go for diaspora willingly, I use this term, the rosy path. Rosy path, familiar term? Is the other term also familiar? Primrose path? Hmm? So rose and primrose both are flowers. The rosy view or the rose tinted view, that is a common thing. I came across this term, primrose path also, which means that a way or an activity which may appear to be very interesting, attractive, but the consequence may not be good. So sometimes that has been seen in some of the diaspora stories, diaspora experiences. Dislocation does happen. I'm sure you have been hearing about these terms several times in the last 2 days. There is acculturation, hybridity, cultural conflict, generational differences, unhomeliness, and then the concept of identity that we are trying to understand. So the two writers taken are, of course, Jhumpa Lahiri and Kiran Desai. And the text from Jhumpa Lahiri's, however, that I'm going to talk about are these. These are novels as well as short stories. And I would like you to know a bit about the context of these texts. So beginning with Jhumpa Lahiri, I'm trying to give you an idea about the background of some of the stories that I have taken up. So some of the characters in her novels and short stories are the aspiring students, very much like you and me perhaps, and they are trying to get to America and UK. There are some characters who are new brides or homemakers, and they have been taken to unknown places. Then there is one particular novel, The Low Land, which deals with the Naxalite movement, and then diaspora. Kiran Desai's novel has a background of the GNLF uprising, that is Gorkhaland Liberation Front uprising. Then there is one short story, especially when Mr. Pirzada came to dine. You have the background of the Bangladesh liberation movement. And you may wonder, why am I telling you about these contexts? I'm trying to tell you and make you understand that how diaspora comes into being. It is not made up of only those people who are aspiring for something and who try to make a new home overseas. This is also made up of those people who go through some kind of trouble, some kind of turmoil. There could be a political disturbance in the country or the place where they are living, or some other economic issues may be there, social issues may be there, and they end up leaving the country. The recent details tell us that India is one of those countries from where most of the people are going abroad. That is another point of discussion. So, with this brief background, I'm going to take the text one by one, just briefly, and then we will look at some of the issues. So in most of these diaspora-related stories, we find students as characters, students who have gone to study abroad in the West. They come from middle-class people. And the third and the last continent is one particular short story in which we meet these students directly. How do they live? What do they eat? How do they deal with these memories where they remember their maa ke haath ka khana, and they have to live on milk and bread only with a limited budget. Then we meet these boys, especially these are men and boys. I couldn't come across any female student going abroad for education. The female characters are mostly in the role of a wife, right? Then most of these stories are within the time frame of 1960s to 1980s, right? So 1960s, you find these Indian students going abroad, and perhaps there could be some reason. I tried to know the reasons. And I'm told that this is the period where Asians in the West were very visible. And some of the thinkers and writers of the time, they have complained that the streets and roads of America and UK are choked with Asians, right? India dominating, India, China. And, but these Asians are no longer doing the menial jobs. They are going as professionals. They are going as doctors, academicians, scientists, and even yoga gurus. And the reasons that I tried to find, it is that, yes, of course, there was the colonization which had taken place. It had already made the Western world aware of the wealth of India. That could be one reason. The Margaret Thatcher government turned very liberal in the 1960s, and that made UK to open its door much wider, because they were trying to bring more capitalism, a stronger capitalism to UK especially, right? So the students were one of the good mediums to get more capital. And they became professionals. They made part of the cheap labor available from Asia especially. The other reason could be the Fordist movement. Fordist movement, which happened due to the policy changes made by Henry Ford, who gave the world some of the wonderful automobiles. And he came up with the idea of the 8 hours work with good wages, right? So the wages attracted more and more people from across the world. And Antonio Gramsci, the philosopher, he has written about it in his prison notes, that the Fordist movement became a reason of globalization to a great extent. Am I comprehensive enough? Am I going too fast? Fine enough? Right, thank you. So after the Cold War, after the 1950s, America also was going through changes. And so more and more people were welcomed. Now going back to the students living in US and America, US and UK, we find that these are boys who are the good boys, studious, hardworking, and faithful, loyal. They do not date American girls. Rather, they get married to only those strangers whom the family chooses. And they make the first generation in Jhumpa Lahiri's world, right? The first generation Indians settling down or studying there. And they earn a good reputation of being good workers. That is noteworthy. All of them are good workers. The companies like them as employees. However, Jhumpa Lahiri's world or works, they get alive when it comes to the female characters. And that is what we are concerned with. These female characters, they are mostly new brides or homemakers who are now taken to those places of the world which they have not read about much or even heard about, some of them, beyond the geography classes. And so we can understand that culture shock is a common part of their experience. And the efforts that they make in setting up their new home, that makes an important part of Jhumpa Lahiri's stories. Is it an important change? Is it a good change? That a woman, how is she dealing with the heartbreak on the kitchen table when she tries to make macher jhol or a dish made by her mother, and it turns out to be much different because it does not taste the same way. It does not smell the same way. So these are small parts, but they take you closer to the women, right? Women characters. So, and because they are homemakers, they do not go out much. We can expect their experience. Are they going to be very excited living in America? Some of them may be. Today, your reaction will be much different. There was no social media, there was no mobiles, right? And telephone was not easily available to everyone. So they depended on letters. And letters played its own game. You have one particular reference to the letters in the novel Namesake. So they all felt lonely. That is a real thing. They felt lonely because the men folk, they left their home early and they returned late. And some of them have been shown crying during night, during day. Of course, raising a child was a great challenge for them. Now, these things may sound like mundane things, but when you read about these very real issues in the story, that makes a wonderful story, because these are issues with which a human being is dealing, right? And they all dream of going home. That is another aspect of diaspora, that returning home is a very important part of their experience. Although Amitav Ghosh says that Indian diaspora is peculiar, he believes that Indian diaspora is made up of most of those people who do not want to go back to India forever. They want to keep a relationship, but they want to settle down because they believe in their capacity to recreate a mini India wherever they go. And perhaps that is something you find in most of the countries. When I went to Singapore or Thailand, they had a mini India market. An entire setting was Indian. So this is one aspect. But for these ladies, they did dream of going back home forever. The men did not, right? So returning back to home for most of the diaspora people had various connotations. At one level, it was an emotional fulfillment. At another level, it acquired an eschatological connotation also, which is related to a theological issue, which means that going back to home was something spiritual. They wanted to go home in order to get a spiritual fulfillment. And they shared a particular notion of the homeland. Salman Rushdie calls it the imaginary homelands. All the diaspora people who think of their home. Sometimes this imaginary homeland notion, it acquires the status of being a mythical vision also, right? And sometimes it acquires a metaphysical connotation also. So going back home is a very important, essential issue for these people. They buy more fish, they buy more vegetables, but they don't buy flowers. Because Indian men also took time to understand, like Indian women took time to understand and to assimilate the Western things. So there are details about food. For example, there is this very interesting scene right in the beginning of the Namesake, where Ashima, the pregnant woman, she is trying to make a concoction of grains and pulses, right? Which is called, in Bengali, we call it jhal muri. You have bhel puri. She tries to make that again and again, but she does not get that taste, because the onion has a different taste or the mustard oil has a different taste. And she says one thing. Lahiri writes one line, which I believe that it sums up the entire experience of the diaspora life. She says, this jhalmuri, she does not name it jhalmuri, she calls it a snack, जिसमें सारा मज़ा ख़त्म हो जा रहा है भेलपुरी और झालमुड़ी का. So she says that this is a humble approximation of the snack, okay? But something is always missing. Diaspora life for these women is like this, that there is everything, but there is something missing over there. Then, so by these small tales, what is Jhumpa Lahiri doing? She is adding a new dimension to the diaspora studies by giving a central position to the marginalized characters of the women, right? Women who did not make part of most of the diaspora experience so far. That is what I have written in the slide here. And other issues that we find in the lives of the women, like diaspora experience can disentangle gender subordination. So most of these women, relatively, they have a better life. If you compare their life with their sisters living in India, they have more freedom, they have more choices. But sometimes the diaspora experience reinforced the patriarchal structure. If you look at the life of women in Saudi Arabia, for example, perhaps there was a reinforcement of the patriarchal practices, as I read in some of the texts. But of course, we cannot generalize. There have been all kind of people and all kind of experiences. The gender roles are renegotiated. That is one thing which we notice. Then diaspora can become a site of support as well as oppression. Both things have happened, and they can be found in some of the works. And when looking at these homemakers and women's experience, I must refer to what L.P. Hartley said in his book, The Go-Between. And Salman Rushdie has quoted that line so in such a convincing way that the line has become immortal. Hartley wrote that the past is a foreign country. They do things differently there. Rushdie believes that for these ladies in diaspora, it is not the past which is foreign. Past is home for them. The present is the foreign, right? So this is the transformation which they have to deal with, the change which they have to deal with. And when you look at the character of Mrs. Sane, an eponymous character, you find that she is one of those ladies who is unable to cope with this situation, that she is living so far away from her home. And she fits in the category of those people in diaspora about which Edward Said has written. Edward Said, in his essay, The Mind of Winter, and I have taken up some of the important points of this essay, that there is an essential sadness of the break away from the homeland which cannot be surmounted. Mrs. Sane fits into this category. You find her talking about home all the time, right? And whenever she refers to home, she does not mean the apartment in Boston where she is living. She means India. She means that gully in which her parental house is there. Then Edward Said also says that the estrangement may have a crippling effect. And we find Mrs. Sane going through a strange kind of, you can say, a complex in which she does not feel confident much. She tries to learn how to drive a car, and she fails in the test various times. So the crippling effect that Edward Said talks about, although Said's write-up is in the background of the Palestine genocide, all right? It is very much there. But some of the things may be applied to these characters. And these women, they feel weak, they feel lonely because they feel deprived of the nourishment which is provided by tradition, family, and geography. So the nourishment that you get from your connection with the home, that is broken. They depended on letters and telegrams which took days to reach each other, right? So this is how we find the women. And I have noted some of the comments of Ashima in the namesake, where she talks about her position as a woman in diaspora. She says being a foreigner is a sort of lifelong pregnancy. It is a perpetual wait. What is that wait? Waiting to go home, right? Then when her child is born, the child is going to be born, she is in the hospital, and she thinks she is terrified to raise a child in a country where she is related to no one. There is no one except the husband, where she knows so little, where life seems so spare. Then she pities the child and says that she had never known a person entering the world so alone, so deprived, the unborn child. So the mother is thinking about the child who will have to deal with more loneliness because there are no relatives or close friends over there. But these female characters, they do succeed in making that third space, a theory given by Homi K. Bhabha in the book, The Location of Culture. And this third space is made up of these elements. Hybridity is there, assimilation, acculturation. Do I need to explain these terms? You adopt these, they adopt certain things from the foreign culture, and then there is a process of rehabilitation which they have to begin with. They have to try to rehabilitate themselves in this new country. They have to overcome the unhomeliness. Unhomeliness is another important term in diaspora studies given by Bhabha. And Bhabha explains the term unhomeliness in this way. This is the third, it is the third space explained. It is an in-between setting where all the things of culture may acquire a new meaning. Okay, the symbols may acquire a new meaning. There is no stability, and some signs can be rehistoricized and read anew. So many of the rituals, many of the activities, even for example making tea in the morning, it acquires a new meaning due to the assimilation and the acculturation and the changes which happen in both in the lives of both men and women. Then there is the name conundrum also in the namesake, if you have read that novel, that the male character Gogol has trouble in accepting the two names given to him, Gogol and Nikhil. And I will come to this issue later by the end of the lecture. Ashima the mother and Gogol the son, both of them deal with this diaspora experience in two different ways. You must have come across the phrase given by James Clifford, where he says that diaspora life is very much from roots to roots. Roots with double O, right? And roots with R-O-U-T-S. So for Ashima, she has to accept the second route, R-O-U-T-E, that she has to traverse across various passages in order to adjust with the diaspora situation. And Gogol is able to accept his name, Nikhil and Gogol, and they are two such different names. Gogol coming up for the Nikolai Gogol, the Russian writer, and the famous works that he has given. Gogol has to understand that he perhaps cannot accept himself unless he knows his roots, his background, his connection with India, his connection with Ashima, right? So I'll come back to this. And there is another female character whom I must mention. She comes from the novel The Lowland, written in 2013. She is a first generation woman, but she is very different from all these other female characters of Jhumpa Lahiri. She comes from a background of the Naxalite uprising in Bengal. There was a police crackdown and her husband is killed. She takes help of the husband's brother, marries him, goes to America, has a child, and she should have behaved like Ashima and Mrs. Sen, raising the child very carefully, giving it all the love. But this character named Gauri Mitra, she has a strange tendency. For the common readers, we may call it a strange tendency. But for those of us who are familiar with psychology, the psyche, the post-delivery changes which come over a woman, or a woman who has suffered a lot in the patriarchal system, like that of a suburban area of Kolkata, and she literally escapes from that place because she had this unhomeliness experience even in her own home. Be it the parental home or the in-laws, she was never comfortable. So unhomeliness is something which do not experience only in the state of being a diaspora, but it can be anywhere else also. And when she reaches America, she gets her wings. So instead of India, it is America, where she feels much more at home, and she does something unacceptable for the readers. She deserts her child, 3-year-old child is left in the custody of the stepfather, and she goes out to another university, joins the university, and becomes a professor, a philosopher, a successful person. So here we can find that diaspora serves various purposes. Diaspora, as I told you right in the beginning, that it can be a site of oppression, but it could also be a site of opportunity. Gauri Mitra utilizes this as an opportunity, right? Although, as the novel is entitled The Lowland, she never reaches the peak. She reaches the peak of success, but in personal life, she suffers. The unhomeliness continues because she is never accepted by that deserted child, Bela, right? But to some extent, or perhaps diaspora stories have all these multitudinous to itself, that people go out of their country or leave their borders, sometimes compelled by the situation, but also sometimes by choice. And why do they make those choices? When you look at Gauri Mitra's character, the patriarchy, the traditional society, the stereotype society, they all become a kind of, you can say, things which break her. And she tries to make herself a complete person once again by the opportunity provided by diaspora. She acquires a new identity. And she is granted an agency when she is away from her own home. Now from here, let me take up Kiran Desai, and the most important work that I came across related to diaspora is The Inheritance of Loss. It's a very popular text. And we have the time frame of 1980s, but there are also flashbacks of 1940s, all right? So there are two characters who experience diaspora in two different ways, completely different ways. The story is set in Kalimpong in the Himalayan mountain range, and this very beautiful, harmonious place is suddenly rocked by the Gorkhaland demand for Gorkhaland, and the Nepalis living there, they are up with arms against the Indian government. So the two characters whom we meet, one of them is Jemu Bhai, whose real name is Jemu Bhai Popatlal Patel from Gujarat. And another character is Biju. Both of them come from different classes. Okay, one goes to Cambridge for a law degree. The other one goes to America, New York City, illegally as a cook. And both of them experience diaspora. Jemu Bhai Popatlal Patel had been able to go to Cambridge by the dowry money. All right? He was married off to a girl, and the money which came with the marriage, that helped him to go to Cambridge. And when he returns, a Vilayat returned judge, he returns as a completely changed person. When you look at his character, he may remind one of what V.S. Naipaul wrote about himself in the novel The Enigma of Arrival, which is much autobiographical. And we get to see how Naipaul felt uncomfortable in England, and he thought of returning back from England, although he stayed back. But for some time, there was that unhomeliness, K.K. Bhabha's theory, unhomeliness that he experienced. For Jemu Bhai, he is a person who returned and he started calling himself James Patel, right? So he was a victim of cultural denigration which happens when a person is too impressed by another culture and internalizes the inferiority which is, you can say, given to this person by the superior culture, supposedly superior culture. Anita Desai, in her novel Bye Bye Blackbird, she calls these kind of characters, the England returned characters who felt uncomfortable in India, he called them Macaulay's bastard. Do we know the context? Lord Macaulay's minutes about Indian education system, how he wanted to raise a group of brown people but educated in the English pattern. And James Patel calls himself a self-proclaimed Anglophile to such a level that he's unable to connect with his wife, he's unable to talk to his parents, he does not like anything Indian, right? And so he could be called the mimic man, a theory once again given by Bhabha. And he becomes a blurred copy of a Western man. So how will this person live in India? He is a judge, a very powerful position, but he does not like anyone. He is unable to tolerate anyone. By the end of the novel, we get to see that his life, all his pleasures come from the pet dog and not from anyone else, not even from the grandchild, Sai. And when he was in Cambridge, he was teased for his body smell, he was teased for his complexion. And I believe that he internalized the entire idea of a colonized person or the Eastern person as presented in the colonial discourse. He took it too deeply, he took it too seriously. So he looks like a clownish figure who covers himself from head to toe, even in the dead of the summer. He wears gloves and socks when it is sweating hot. And he does not want to be visible to anyone directly in the sun. He is so conscious of his color, his accent, everything about himself. That must have been quite torturous, isn't it? Biju, on the other hand, he was an illegal migrant. That itself made him be in a very insecure position. And he was exploited, he was underpaid and deprived of a decent life. He calls it a pig's life. And he wants to return back home. Although he had gone with the American dream, that he will prosper, he will become a rich person. But situation or the sense of loss that he feels, the rift that he feels from his homeland, the unhomeliness which comes over him gradually, not in the early days but in the later days, that makes him decide to go back to home. A poor person going home, that is a big decision. And when he returns with this, once again, the utopian connotation and the eschatological connotation, where he believes that perhaps going home will be the only cure he needs. And he returns poorer than the poor, losing everything that he had acquired. So looking at both these characters in Inheritance of Loss, I find that there is a pattern of racial discrimination, racial bias, which both of them suffer. And for Biju, for example, physical survival was a daily struggle. He experienced human degradation, and he was a victim of this long history of the meaning of color in some of the incidents which take place. And by these two characters, I tried to know what is racism. Racism is something very common, of course. We use this term almost every day. We come across so many examples. But how does it take place? How does one become prejudiced against somebody just because of the color of the body? I wanted to know how is body, or how was body looked upon in different periods of time by different cultures. So these are a few of them. Race is, of course, imposed. It is never chosen. We never knew that we are, as colonized, we are the inferior people. We were made to believe, right? Then there was a mind-body dichotomy for a long time, which elevated the concerns of the mind and it neglected the body. This was one phase. Then there was a concentration on the spiritual aspect of the human body. So the body was neglected, the mind and the spirit of the person became important. Then bodily characteristics were used to measure the mental ability and the human worth. What kind of a person I or you are, that depended on the appearance and the bodily features, characteristics. Then there was another phase and another culture where human bodies, this is one important point. At present, when we look at these historical aspects of looking at the body, we get to know that human body is not only a natural entity, but it is a social entity and it is a cultural entity, about which the feminist Judith Butler says that bodies are culturally intelligible. You read bodies, you don't only meet a person, but you read a person. You read the person's mind through the body. And Frantz Fanon, the theorist, post-colonial theorist, he said that body is directly involved in the political field. Politics is not only a game of the mind or a game of the power and the powerlessness, rather it is played on the body of the people. How? Because whenever there is a change, we experience that change through the body. And I would like to read one particular line given by Frantz Fanon. He said in the book Discipline and Punish, the body is directly involved in the political field because power relations have an immediate hold upon it. They invest it. The body is invested by the people in the power. They mark it, they train it, they torture it, they force it to carry out tasks, to perform ceremonies, or to emit signs. social media nowadays is replete with discussions on the body, isn't it? We are told that we should not body shame, but most of the discussion that they are doing, this is very much like a practical aspect of the body shaming. So Frantz Fanon says that power relation is played on the body of the person. Which place do you have? A person in power will inflict pain upon the body of the powerless person, right? And of course, we cannot forget Edward Said, who gave the theory of Orientalism. In that book also he discusses human body and how anatomy for women has been called to be the destiny, right? But anatomy or human body for male and female both, that made the destiny during the colonization period and even later on and before that. Frantz Fanon, in his book Black Skin and White Mask, said that cultural identity is very much related to the body impression that you make. Once again, referring to the race, the color. And in the book Wretched of the Earth, written by Michael Foucault, he also deals with race and the body and the mind, human mind. And I have taken up this particular definition of colonization, rather explanation of colonization given by Frantz Fanon, where he says that colonization was not merely satisfied with holding a people in its grip and emptying the native's brain of all form and content. How did they do it? Perhaps through all the things which they brought to the colonized people, through the education system, through the products which they brought here. For example, there is a very interesting article written about the soap, how West brought soap to the colonies and how did they made a good market for soap. Fair and Lovely is now something which is happening. Imagine the earliest of the time when an Indian person in a village was introduced soap. Kya reaction raha hoga? Khauf, suspicion, and then they sold it to us and we bought. We are living in soap bubbles all the time now. So they empty the mind and the brain of the colonized people, and by a perverted logic, colonization turns to the past of the oppressed people, distort it, disfigure, and destroy it. It is a reference to the various policies which were made, and education policy was an important factor. That's why Jemu Bhai can be called the Macaulay's bastard. And they made us look upon ourselves as the other. I have written many things with reference to the text, but perhaps we don't have that much time. So the success of colonization depended on this particular theory which they applied upon the colonized people, that when they created their colonial discourse, they made us look upon ourselves through their eyes. कभी देखा है अपने आप को दूसरों की नज़रों से? बहुत अलग तस्वीर सामने आती है. We all estimate ourselves in a particular way. We all think that I am this. But listen to those gossips and the backbiting, and you find a totally different picture of yourself. That is what was happening to the colonized people. We were made to see ourselves as inferior people, as the other. Other, which is the opposite of the colonizers, who are powerful, who are superior, who are intelligent, and we were just the opposite. Literature is replete with examples of that. Then this formula of power and knowledge played an important role. And why am I telling you all these things? I'm trying to make sense of what happened to Jemu Bhai Popatlal Patel. Why did he change? There was almost a kind of metamorphosis of this person, because he had internalized all this othering in England, and he returned as a person who did not find home anywhere. He rejected everybody, he rejected everything, and lived alone in a dilapidated bungalow. So, in the context of these novels, when we get back to the idea of cultural identity, how can we explain identity? Identity, first of all, it is not something transparent, and it is not something unproblematic. And Stuart Hall says that identity is a production which is never complete. Identity is a process. Okay? We are all the time becoming something. We are not something in ourselves. The identity that we boast of or they are happy or unhappy about, it is not something given to us. It is something that we acquire over a period of time, and that never completes. The process of acquiring that identity, it never completes. And another important point that Stuart Hall gives is that identity is always constituted within representation. Once again, how we look at ourselves and how others look at ourselves. How is a person or a place or a culture represented by others? That makes important part of the identity. So what is cultural identity, and what is this cultural identity which has to be protected by Ashima, Mrs. Sen, and everybody in diaspora? Is it something which is like the seed of the person, the true self, which remains same, unsullied, unspoiled, unchanged, even after all the experiences? Perhaps not. Okay? Identity does not remain unchanged. Rather, all these theorists, Stuart Hall, Frantz Fanon, Michael Foucault, they come up with this idea that identity is a process which continues, and Stuart Hall says that identity is the name that we give to ourselves in different positions. So today, you or I may be one person with one identity. Tomorrow, our identity will change. In diaspora, perhaps that happens much quickly and much frequently. And the experiences of representation, that is a very important topic, but due to paucity of time, I'm not going into the details. If representations make the identity of the person, then characters like Jemu Bhai, Biju, and Gogol, they all had the experience of having a fragmented identity. Fragmented due to the way they were represented. Now, nobody told them that you are an Indian, you are black, you are inferior. It was something subtle which happened to them. To Jemu Bhai, there were a few instances. For example, a group of girls teased him that he smells of the curry. And now curry is the most favorite dish of UK. But subtle things kept happening to them, which made them insecure and uncomfortable and feel unhomely. So this fragmented identity which they acquired, in the case of Jemu Bhai especially, education had played an important role, and that's why Gauri Vishwanathan called the Britain introduced education system the mask of conquest. They were successful, they conquered over India. Due to various reasons, this played an important part. And so, cultural identity is a matter of becoming as well as being. Who we are is always layered with what we become with time, with various experiences. And so, getting back to the context of diaspora, what we can say is that diaspora is very much about moving than dwelling, as I referred to James Clifford, roots to roots. In diaspora, we have to acknowledge, or the diaspora people have to acknowledge the presence of diversity instead of focusing on the differences. There has to be an acknowledgement and acceptance of the diversity. But it is not only diaspora which needs to acknowledge that, we all need to acknowledge it now in the way we are living and experiencing the society. Hybridity is natural. For any cultural identity, hybridity is natural. We cannot keep fixed to something. Then, identity is never complete, as I said. It is partial, it is plural. This is a term taken from Salman Rushdie, about which he writes in Imaginary Homelands, that the diaspora identity is partial as well as plural. We can never be one complete American or complete British person while living in Britain or America, but we do acquire, through assimilation, we do acquire certain characteristics. And so cultural identity, culture as well as identity, both of these things go on producing and reproducing. It is a process. It is a process which continues till the end, or even after that perhaps. So I end my presentation here. Yes. If you have any query, any observation, you are welcome. May I sit over there? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful lecture. Following this, we will begin with lecture 7 on the topic Diaspora, Linguistic and Cultural Identity Formation. It is our pleasure to invite Dr. Sadaf Farid, course coordinator and assistant professor in English at Women's College, Aligarh Muslim University. Her major academic interests are gender studies, diaspora.
Okay, good afternoon, all of you. So much has already been said about diaspora and not working. Internet is not working. Fine. दर्शन जी अपने नेट से कनेक्ट करिए फिर
इशू है. I need to learn from Basra how to stand for a photograph. बहुत स्टाइल से, बहुत स्टाइल से. फयाज भाई लेक्चर के बाद आप फोटो लेंगे. Okay, so good afternoon, all of you. And since we have talked much about diaspora and literature, and since the very first day we have been discussing or mentioning at least the novel The Namesake. So I wanted to talk about it, and in fact I wanted to begin the lecture with that, but now I think already Nazia ma'am has explained a lot, so there is no need to repeat all those points. So let's begin with the migration directly. Before talking about linguistic and cultural identity formation, let's have some or let's have a look at migration. How do we take migration, or what do we understand from that? Basically, there are certain terms which are interrelated. Whenever we talk about migration, that is moving from one place to other place, there are different terms that come to our mind. First thing, voluntary migration or involuntary migration, which earlier was known as exile. Exile is something that we do not discuss about in the present era, or whenever we discuss about diaspora literature or diaspora studies, we normally don't talk about exile. Because now time has changed. The terms that were previously used, those terms are not used. Previously, we had words like migration, going from here to some other place, from one place to another place. We had term like voluntary migration. We had term exile. And then another term that was related to exile was forced exile. So it gives us another thinking that forced, if there existed forced exile, that means there must have been voluntary exile also. Yes, it was there. But in the present time, we do not talk or we do not study all these words separately. There is this one word that is known as diaspora. It is an all-encompassing word which has all the information within it. That is diaspora. So people who migrate from one place to other place, they are normally known as diasporic people. But there is a very small or a very tricky information or a tricky thing, a concept we can say. Like when you move within the national boundaries, you are not called diasporic. Movement within the national boundaries refers to migration. That is simple migration. I am migrating from this city to that city. Now, when I am migrating from this city to that city, another thing enters here. This is traveling. Now, migration and traveling are two different things. If you are going somewhere just for 15 days and after 15 days you will be back to your hometown, that is not migration. It will never be called migration. So the crucial term that we see here is settling down. We migrate from one place to other place and we settle down there. So settling down is the crucial term here. That is the crucial action to call or to understand the concept of migration. So within the national boundaries, we study migration, and when this migration happens from one nation to other nation, then we talk about diaspora. Now there is another thing which we need to understand or we need to talk about is who is called diaspora. Is it one person, it is an individual, or something else? Basically, the definition of diaspora says the movement of a group of people or a community from one nation to another nation is called diaspora. So now we see that the crucial term here in this definition is movement of a group of people or a community. When an individual migrates from his or her country to some other place, that individual remains an expatriate. But still, we talk about one individual, one person as a diasporic person because that individual is a part of that group, is a part of that diasporic group in that nation. For example, we can say that as if we take the example from our society, Indian society, we see that normally we have lots of people, lots of families around us who have someone or else living in Gulf. They have people, some of the families have family members living in Middle East, some living in Saudi Arabia. Like so, in this way, we can say that if a person goes from India to Oman and settles down there, the person individually remains an expatriate, but since there are many Indians living in Oman and there is this Indian diasporic community, automatically the person becomes a part of that diasporic community. So automatically the person becomes diasporic person. So there are certain things which separate diaspora from internal migration. That is, you need to move from your country, go to some other countries and settle down there for a considerable period of time. When we go abroad just for traveling purpose or for some days, it is never called diaspora. Settling down is very important. So here there is this definition which Bill Ashcroft has given. He says, voluntary or forcible movements of the people from their homelands into new regions. Homelands into the, new regions. That is diaspora. So before moving ahead towards identity formation and cultural and language identities, there are two scholars whom I would like to mention here. They have given different perspectives about diaspora. The very first perspective, which was given by Safran, William Safran. So Safran says that diaspora, those people who have migrated from their nation to other place, they are diasporic people, but they need to have certain conditions or certain characteristics in them. Like if they move and there are those characteristics mentioned by Safran, and if those characteristics are not there, Safran said that that is not the actual form of diaspora. So in his book, Diasporas in Modern Societies, Myths of Homeland and Return, he has talked about diasporas and he has talked about certain conditions and characteristics of diaspora. Safran says diasporic communities is spread from motherland to two or more countries. When he said two or more countries, he has brought the concept of double diaspora. So we see double diaspora, like parents have migrated from one nation to other nation and then the second generation migrates from that present nation to some other place. That is different, double diaspora. And then Safran also says that these communities, these diasporic people should remain attached with their homeland through memories, through a kind of link, some kind of information. So you might have noticed that people, the older generation, they like listening to the news about their nation. They very religiously sit in front of the television and listen to the news. They like to remain updated about their own countries. Whereas this younger generation, the second generation and sometimes the third generation of the diasporic families, they are not much interested in the news about their homeland, or I must say about the homeland of their forefathers, their grandfathers or their fathers. First generation does this thing because this information which they get from the news channels, this information keeps them connected with the land. Yes, social media is another example. They feel that they are a part of that land still. Whatever is happening there, they know everything. They are totally updated. And they discuss about all those things. So this way, they are knowing all those international happenings. At the same time, the national happenings are the happenings in their homeland. So this is something which Safran has mentioned, that they remain attached to their homeland. They love to know about their homeland. The third condition he has mentioned is such communities, these diasporic communities, nurture a belief that the host country would never accept us as a part of them. So when Safran wrote this condition or this characteristic, he was very much correct at that time. Just imagine the movement or the migration of Indians from here to different places, the first generation migration. Were they very open heartedly accepted by the host country people? No, they were not. They had faced a lot. The circumstances, the conditions that we are seeing in the present, and the circumstances and conditions that were then, if we compare, the conditions were really worse at that time. So that is why Saffron has said that these people always nurture the belief that the host country would never accept them. And this belief keeps them or makes them long for their homeland. They all the time want to go back to home. They all the time keep on thinking about going back home. You might have seen a movie. I forgotten the name of that movie. There is Aishwarya Rai is in lead character, and Rajesh Khanna plays the role of the father. Yes, ab Lord Chale. The title itself speaks this thing, the concept given by Saffron.
Is it like Jews' perspective, or like it's universal? Like they have that longing for returning to their
Yes,
homeland?
this is when Saffron talked about this characteristic, it is a universal thing. He is not talking about any country specific or community specific. He is just talking about diasporic people.
But is it not the term diaspora? Is it not coined for the Jews or by the Jews?
Like technically, the first recorded diaspora is considered to be the Jewish diaspora. Recorded diaspora. Okay, when we say that first recorded diaspora is the Jewish diaspora, it simply means that there might have happened some other diasporas also which couldn't get recorded.
The longing is to go back home,
Hmm.
but they don't have home at all.
They don't have that home at all. It is correct in some aspects, but when these diasporic people think about home, the home is always in their memory, and memory goes back to their homeland, memory goes back to their motherland. Home is always there. Whenever the term home comes in diasporic situation, it talks about the motherland. These diasporic people, whenever they think about home, after like in the same lecture we would be discussing about Himani Banerjee, so where we would see how home is represented. So as you mentioned that Jewish diaspora, so I would like to mention a few points here. So you might have heard or read that in East Africa, during the anthropological excavations, were thrown up, and it is like the DNA of those skulls. The scientists said that the similar DNA is found in different communities throughout the world, or all around the globe. How this became possible? Just by migration, by moving from this place to that place. Those excavations had thrown up the skulls of Australopithecus, and the DNA material that they could detect from those bones, these scientists, they came up with a result that the same DNA and similar DNA is found in the people of the present era living in different parts of the globe. So this gives an indication that migration had happened before the Jewish exile also, but it couldn't get recorded, and we can understand it in simple ways also. Like moving from one place to other place is in human tendency, it is in our nature, and earlier migrations happened with a need of survival. Wherever they saw those food resources were available, they kept on moving in that direction.
The home has remained just a longing for them.
Yes.
Those who have come back and settled down again.
Can we discuss these things after the lecture?
Okay, fine.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So, as I said that migration or moving from one place to other place is in human nature. And the earlier people, they had different reasons to migrate. In the present era, we have different reasons to migrate. Earlier, the basic reason was food and water. Food came from land in various forms like fruits, berries, vegetables, and in the form of animal meat. From water, food came in the form of fish. So wherever they found these things, they settled there. Since food resources were available at different places in plenty, they kept on moving from here to there. So this is how people got spread all around the world. So we were talking about saffron, and saffron talks about a longing for returning back to home. And he also has given another characteristic, and that fourth point last point says that there is always this belief in these diasporic communities that one day they go back home, or if they would not be able to go back home, their descendants would go back home. Now here we see another perspective which is given by Robin Cohen, a social scientist. He has created a wider picture of diaspora. Now this picture is somewhat different from the picture created by Saffron. Cohen believes that migration can be voluntary, migration can be forced, something similar as Saffron had said. But when Saffron said that these people all the time keep on longing for going back home, Robin Cohen came with the terms like acculturation and assimilation. People who live in a new country, they try to get accultured, or they try to assimilate into all those values and systems and norms and ways of the host country. Similarly, he also says that acculturation, which means adopting the ways of the new and dominant culture. In the condition or in the situation of diaspora, the dominant culture is always the host culture. This is very much visible. And assimilation, he said, absorbing and understanding the new system. So when these diasporic people, they start absorbing and understanding the new system, just a minute. So this absorbing and understanding is not possible in a day or two. So Robin Cohen said that they need time to settle down there. They need to live or spend considerable amount of time in that host country so that they can understand all those concepts, values, rituals, behavior pattern, and this time would give them a chance to assimilate into that new culture. And at the same time, he also says that the diasporic communities should not only focus upon like the present generation, but the assimilation and acculturation should be carried to the next generation also. And Cohen has described various forms of diaspora also in his book Global Diasporas. He talks about victim diaspora, labor diaspora, trade diaspora, and imperial diasporas. And the other one is cultural diaspora. There some examples are also given in this slide, so I don't think there is any need to read all these examples. So these two educationists, these two social thinkers, they have given their own perspectives or their own characteristics about diaspora. Now what is diaspora in the modern time, or what is migration in modern time? Because modern diaspora, modern migration is totally different from the past migration. So diaspora, which is now studied in so many subjects, so many fields, like in social sciences, literary studies, genetics, science, economics, so many fields study about this concept. Every field comes with a totally, not exactly separate, but a sort of a unique definition, which brings in some or the other qualities in it, which all the time introduces some new characteristics in it. These we can discuss later on. So basically, whenever a person, a diasporic person is there, we say that this diasporic person performs dual roles. The first one is the role of a refugee. The person is in the position of a refugee because the person seeks shelter. Another is the person performs the role of an ambassador because the person represents his or her culture. So these are the dual roles. Now let us have, or let us discuss the migration related to India. Indian migration can be divided into three parts: early migration, colonial, post-colonial. Early migration, whenever we say early migration, we go back in history. It is believed that Indians are landlocked people. It was believed earlier that Indians were landlocked people. However, Bisun Dayal, in his book about diaspora, he writes that India had a very huge maritime business and shipbuilding business. So which clearly shows that Indians used to migrate, because building ships and not using those is something unimaginable. So that those were the times when the British were not here, and at that time Indians were migrating. They were going from here to there. There are so many examples of Gujarati businessmen going to Africa and other parts of the world with a purpose of business, going from India to China with a purpose of business. So if we go backwards, we get, there is this simple example of King Ashoka in the 5th century. How, like Buddhism, which is an Indian religion, how did it reach to different parts of the world? It was during the time of King Ashoka. We all know that his son traveled to different countries, and his daughter also probably, so as to spread Buddhism. So this is one such example of early migration, and we see different like monuments also. You might have heard about Savaith Temple and the temple of Angkor Wat. I'm talking about Java and Sumatra. So these are very old temples. I believe the temple of Angkor Wat was built in somewhere around 12th century. The British were not here in India at that time. So, and initially, as the records say, that temple was a Vishnu temple. Lord Vishnu was worshipped there. So these are some examples. Still, in Indonesia, they celebrate Gita Jayanti. So these are the festivals, these are monuments that clearly show, that clearly indicate that Indians had been traveling from here to different places. And then migration during the colonial era, we all are aware of that. Colonial era migration happened with that single reason, to establish different colonies. They picked up people from here and put them at different places. Like for sugar plantation, they picked up people from Uttar Pradesh, from Bihar, and placed them in Java, Sumatra, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, because the people in UP and Bihar were adept at sugar plantation. Here we get this sugar plantation which is known as cash crop. So for this cash crop thing, they picked up people from here and placed them in different places. That was the beginning of Indian diaspora during the colonial era, which is referred to as Bhojpuri diaspora. Initially, these people were sent on an agreement of 5 years, and after 5 years, they were promised that they would be released so that they can go. They would be free. If they wanted, they could stay there or they would go back home. However, things promised never happened. They were taken to different places on the lure of getting good salaries, a very healthy and happy lifestyle. These things never happened. They were hardly fed a meal a day. And you can read all these examples in the novel Jahajin, which is written by Peggy Mohan. Peggy Mohan has created a very nice picture of Girmitia diaspora. So Girmitia diaspora is the second one. After Bhojpuri diaspora, we get Girmitia. Girmitia is a term which has come from the English word agreement. These Bhojpuri people who were illiterate, they couldn't pronounce the term agreement, as they used to represent themselves that we are Girmitia. It means we are people who have come on agreement here. So they called agreement Girmit. So Girmitia has been taken from Girmit. Girmit for them was a paper which they signed, which gave them this possibility of reaching in a new land. So after this Girmitia diaspora, we get another form of diaspora during colonial rule, that was Kangni diaspora. Kangni is a word which is used for one person who was the middleman. Like as we do business, like from company, when the business, when that product reaches the customer, there are so many people. So these were the Kangni people. When they took people on agreement, and these Girmitias realized that, their families realized that no one was coming back from there. They were promised that they will come back with lots of money. No one is coming back. We are still poor. And those who were living there, they saw that their conditions were worse there. They were not given proper place to live. They were not given proper food. And even those harsh circumstances, the weather, it was not like Indian weather. They were not habitual of living in those circumstances, in those weather conditions. So British came up with another system, or we can say another pretext. Now they said, they deputed one person, you are responsible for sending people now, and you will be paid for them. And so this, exactly, agent. So this Kangni was responsible for sending people to different British colonies, and normally this man brought people from his families or relatives or the nearby villages, kinships. So this was another form of diaspora that had happened during the colonial rule. So these are three major forms of indentured labor. They are okay, sorry, I forgot to move the slides. However, these slides would be shared later on. So indentured labor, because it is named so because each laborer signed a contract to work on a plantation for 5 years. Now let us talk very fast about identity. So these people, the first generation of diaspora, when they reached in different places, if we talk about Indian migration, so different British colonies, the circumstances, everything was totally new for them. I can cite one example here. The Sikh who were taken from Punjab when they, for Canadian Pacific Railways, when they were setting up that railway track, they picked up people from Punjab. Why? Because those Punjabi people were healthier than other people, and they were habitual of doing all those hard works. So it was their decision. In the same way, for rubber plantation, they picked people from Tamil Nadu and other parts, and they placed them in Sri Lanka and some other regions also. So these people who were taken there, the Sikh, when they reached Kolkata, because they were supposed to take the ship from there, and they were wearing their traditional dress. When they reached Canada, after living for some time, they realized that they were not accepted in the marketplace because of their dress. So they all started or managed somehow to wear coat suit. So this is one change that had happened. So we can get some more examples like that. So identity is a term which is very broad. Normally, when we talk about identity, we talk about certain markers. We get biological markers, environmental markers, and cultural markers. We all know that biological markers are those markers that we are born with, our appearance, how do we look, the color of our eyes, facial features, color of hair. So these biological markers differentiate people of one place from other places. Biological markers are permanent and are difficult to change. However, in the present era, we have all those like facilities where we are able to change biological markers also, at least to some extent. Fine. But at that time, biological markers, to change those markers was really hard thing, and these markers were used to identify them, and this identification is not just simple identification but to other them. Okay, just a moment. Okay, sorry for that interruption. So now the second kind of markers were in environmental markers. Environmental markers are those markers which we get from our surroundings. One such example can be of Inuit family or Inuit community. The people, Eskimos, commonly known as Eskimos, they are able to differentiate snow. If you look at snow, snow is snow for us. But when they look at it, they can tell the names or the varieties of snow because it is something that they have got from their environment. Another example is people who are in cattle business. These cattle rearing people, they can identify their cattle just by those pug marks, and we cannot identify them so easily. So these are the markers that people get from their surrounding. Those are known as environmental marker. Those are temporary, that can be changed. If you leave that one environment and shift to some other environment, you will start absorbing that environment, and you will stop practicing those things which you earlier used to do in your previous environment. Simple. Slowly you will lose command on that thing, and you will adopt some new environmental identity. Now that here is cultural markers. Cultural markers are those markers which are very strongly felt and experienced in a diasporic situation. Language, religion, custom, dress, food, education. Every host country expects these diasporic people to adjust at these levels, but adjustment on these levels is not always so easy. It is not as easy as said. So when they are expected to change all those customs, there is this conflictual situation where they want to retain their old habits, their old customs, their old behavior or patterns which they have got from their homeland, but now the host country wants them to behave in a totally different way, to perform in a totally new way as they are doing, as they are living, have all those customs, have all those dress styles, as I have given you the examples of Sikhs. The condition was so I must say so difficult for them that they, certainly we as Indians, we are habitual of eating with hands, right? They had to eat with fork and knife. Eating with fork and knife, and at that time was not a very easy to learn thing for them. But however, somehow they managed, and when they managed, What was the condition? Their minds got so much conditioned that they started eating even paratha sabzi with those things, fork and knife. So this is how mind gets conditioned. Okay, so these are the cultural markers at the level of dietary habits, customs, dress code, religious practices, where the diasporic community faces the clash. And language is also a part of identity. There are different identity markers along with the biological, environmental and cultural identity markers. Language which is a part of cultural identity marker, it is very strong formative concept of identity. I have written just 3 points: language shift, language loss, language death, and I would give you one example where all these 3 things have happened, but not the language death in exactly, but for that community. Okay, we all know that in India, one minority community is known as Parsis. Amongst all minority communities, there is one community that is called Parsis, and the technical term for them is Zoroastrians. Around 1400 years or somewhat, they landed at Sanjan, a place near Diu in Gujarat. They came from Iran because of some harsh political circumstances. They migrated from there. Fine. So a story goes like that, and some Parsis say that there are written records for that story, and some of them say that okay, it is just a story. However, it's a very interesting story. I would like to narrate it here. When they arrived there, King Jadav Rana was the ruler of that place. The Parsi Dastur is a term which is used for their high priest. For example, as we have Pujari, as we have Maulana, they have the term that is known as Dastur. So their high priest sent their messenger to the king to ask for shelter. The king's minister sent a bowl full of milk, full till the brim, very carefully, and gave it to the messenger and said, take it to your Dastur. That intelligent Dastur interpreted the message. It meant we are already overpopulated, no place for new people. Dastur took a spoonful of sugar, mixed it carefully in it, stirred it without spilling the milk, and returned it. Meaning, we would mix up as the sugar has dissolved in this milk without spoiling the texture, the color, and the quality of the milk. In the same way, we would live in this society without harming, without spoiling anything. So this is how Parsis reached India. But reaching here and settling down here was not easy, was not simple for them. They had to face so many circumstances, so many conditions, as is always happens with any diasporic community. I would tell you just 3 major conditions that were imposed on them at that time. The first condition, they were asked to change their Persian robes to Indian Gujarati dress. Till now, they are keeping their words. None of the Parsis in India traditionally dress up as in their Persian dresses. Now they have their traditional dress as Gujarati sari and Gujarati dress. Right? So it is not their actual dress. Dress is a symbol of identity. They lost one symbol of identity when they came here as a diasporic community, as migrants, as refugees seeking shelter. Another condition was they were asked to leave their language. That was Persian originally. They were asked to leave their language and adopt the language of the host country, host state, that was Gujarati. Still, all around the world, you would see that every Parsi has Gujarati as his or her mother tongue. A condition that was imposed on them 1400 or 1500 years ago. They are still keeping their words. Third condition, they were asked not to do convergence. Parsis do not allow conversion in their religion till now. Okay, this is something which we can discuss at length. However, so language loss. The Parsi community faced language loss. They have another language, but they lost their their ethnic language. Parsi community had to shift from one language to other language. They had to adopt the language of the host country. This is how a diasporic community goes through change. This is linguistic change. Now let us talk about Indians who had gone to different places like to America or some other places all around the world when they were taken by those British during the colonial era. They also had to drop their language. They had to leave their language. Why? Because their mother tongue was not understood there, so they had to adopt their the new language, that was English. So there are different examples also. For example, I have talked about Bhojpuri diaspora. These Bhojpuri people, when they were in Trinidad, they got the language from there. But here enters the role of women. Here and we see what is the actual role of women in preserving the linguistic and cultural identity. As we know that women are the source of stabilizing a family as well as the community. So in diasporic communities also women played that role of stabilizing source, stabilizing force. In the present era, we have Trinidadian Bhojpuri Creole. We have French Bhojpuri Creole. When they reached there, Mauritius, French was spoken there. But the women, they maintained their Bhojpuri. They had to learn the new language, the language of the host country, but they maintained their Bhojpuri also. So this way, somewhere they preserved their Bhojpuri language. And same had happened in Trinidad also. However, they could not preserve it in so efficiently or so strongly as it was there. Fine. So Trinidadian Bhojpuri Creole. So you can get examples of this thing in the novel Jahajin. Okay, here I would like to talk about the term Jahajin also. These people who migrated during the colonial rule from India to different places or who were taken forcibly, they went by sea, the sea route, the ship. Ship is called Jahaz in Hindi. So, and the journey was for around 30 days or 40 days sometimes. So, for living together for these many days, they developed that brotherhood. So they referred to each other as Jahaji Bhai. And the women, they started calling themselves as Jahajin, not Behan, Jahajin. Yes, that is the exact term, Jahajin. So this Jahaji Bhai, the relationship remained there all through their lives till they lived in those lands. Now, as I said, brotherhood or that Jahaji Bhai relationship, we see in the present time also, women are there to preserve their linguistic and cultural identity in different ways just by creating this brotherhood or Jahajin relationship with one another. Like they are celebrating their festivals, they are following their cultures, they are teaching their mother tongue to the younger generations. However, the younger generation is most of the time not interested in knowing about the homeland of their parents, knowing the language spoken by the parents, but these women are still maintaining. So here I have taken up some examples where we see how language becomes a tool to other someone, like a medium of othering one community. As in this stanza, Imtiaz Harkar, she writes in the poem, She Must Be From Another Country. She says, when I speak on the phone and the vowel sounds are off, when the consonants are hard and they should be soft, they'll catch on at once, they'll pin it down, they'll explain it right away to their own satisfaction. they'll cluck their tongues and say, she must be from another country. So the way we speak their language is not sufficient, or the way a diasporic community speaks the language of the host people is not sufficient for them. They want them to speak their language and speak it in a way as they speak. Like they want the language there, they want it spoken in their way only. This is clearly written by Imtiaz Dharkar, a very good example of linguistic othering. So now here I have chosen some movies. We have all talked about this one, like the namesake. From the very first day we have been discussing about the namesake. Now DDLJ, Dilwale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge. I believe most of the people have watched this movie. So I'm not sure about these younger people, but it was a craze when we were in college. Okay, so a movie which shows Indian culture in a diasporic family. The family of Amrish Puri, the family of the protagonist Kajol, where the father wants the family, wants his daughters to stay connected with the roots. And roots are where? Where the home is. Home is motherland. That's why he takes them to Punjab and he wants his daughter to get married to a Punjabi boy so that the girl would remain connected with the roots. This is how one generation tries to preserve the culture, maintain the culture. However, this method is not always accepted by the younger generation. Another example, a very old film, Purab or Pachim, where we see Manoj Kumar and Saira Banu playing the role of Preeti. So, and the father plays Onka Pran. Yes. Okay. So the father is shown as a character who is in dilemma. He wants to go back home. He wants to remain connected with his roots, but the younger generation, which is represented by Preeti, Saira Bano, but he gets defeated by the younger generation. Younger generation is westernized, a very good example of the present day diaspora also, where the parents want to remain connected with the roots, but the younger generation is not interested in those roots because for them the homeland is the present land. However, in that present land they are not accepted as fully westernized or fully a part of that host country. There they are seen as expatriates, as diasporic people, but they want to identify themselves as a part of, as an integral part of that host country. They do not refer to themselves as I am an Indian or a person from some other place. So this is the condition which is shown here in this film Purab and Pashchim. Now the one where Rani Mukherjee has played the role of Debita Chatterjee, Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway, a film which shows the strength of a mother. Actually, this film is based on a real life story. So here, how culture becomes a reason for confusion. All those Norwegian authorities, they observe this family, they see that, okay, this is a family, there is this husband, a wife and two children. Now the mother feeds the boy with her hand. The boy sleeps with mother, kids are sleeping with parents, and the mother plays with them. Instead of disciplining the children in the Norwegian way, the mother is bringing them up in her Indian way. Now the cultural confusion results in the Norwegian authorities taking up those kids from the parents and putting them up in foster care. The woman fights, she comes back home and keeps on fighting, and eventually she wins. So here I have taken up this example just to show how cultural differences happen in a diasporic situation. But women are there to preserve their cultures. Women are there to say it is a culture of their homeland, and if they lose this culture, if they leave behind this culture and try to move forward, they would get disconnected from their roots. Next example I have taken is from a poem by Himani Banerjee, which she has titled as A Letter for Home. She says, I still have a stake on this land. It is true that I have walked a long way, carrying an earthen jar with the ashes of my ancestors, earth from my land, some grains and oil, and my cast of umbilicus. I would go to the last line. Vibrating with the life is still left throbbing. Okay, at night in bed, I feel the house vibrating with the life is still left throbbing in the earth where my umbilicus lies buried. Here there is this story which is related to Indian culture, umbilicus lies buried. It is believed in Indian culture that after the birth, when umbilical cord is detached, if we bury it somewhere, the child remains connected with that land. That's what Himani Banerjee has mentioned here in this poem. He says, I still remain connected with the land where my umbilicus is buried. So this is how she feels connected. And she gets some other things also, like earthen jar with the ashes of my ancestors, earth from my land, some grains, oil, all these things. So these are the representatives of memories, the stories, all those things that diasporic people carry with them when they move to a different land. And the last example is from a poem written by Lakshmi Gill, Letter to a Prospective Immigrant, where she wants a prospective immigrant. This term cold not only refers to the weather, the coldness of the weather, it also refers to the cold behavior of the people, which the expatriates, which these diasporic people suffer at the hands of the host country. So, ma'am is here, and I have taken like 7 extra minutes, I think. So we would discuss about these points in the next lecture tomorrow. So if you have any questions, or shall we start so that we do not have to wait a lot? Okay, just check if we can have a tea break before beginning with another session. Okay, thank you so much for listening to me so patiently. You're not audible. You have a question for Nazia ma'am, ask it. Or do you want to come here and ask? You would be audible properly. Come here.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening. Ma'am, as you mentioned that Anita Desai's novel Bye Blackbird, like she has referred to some characters which you have mentioned Jemu Bhai from the other novel, as she's been like referred to characters relating to the Maculis minutes. You have named a character, ma'am. Can you just throw an overview about that? I couldn't get that. Just that. Just that why that character has been connected by the Maculis minor, like Anita Desai have assigned that characters in the Bye Blackbird novel.
unfortunately, I don't remember the name, but there is one character who seems to be an Anglophile in his habits, in his lifestyle. And Anita Desai has taken up this issue in various novels. Like there, she touches upon the Indian culture. She also touches upon, in another novel, she touches upon the importance of Urdu language and literature and poetry. So in Bye Bye Blackbird, as I told you, I don't remember the name, but there is one character like Jemu Bhai, not a major character, it's a minor character. And she gives that term. So that remained with me.
now? Good evening, everyone. The refreshments are here. You can go and take it.
Okay, participants, we are starting the session in 2 minutes. Those who are outside, please come.
Ma'am? Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Sada Fareed for an insightful lecture on diaspora, linguistic, and cultural identity formation. Your thoughtful perspective added great depth to our understanding of the theme. May I now take the honor of inviting Professor Poonima Mehta Bhatt, esteemed faculty member of Hood College, USA, to kindly come up on the dais and address us on the topic, A Journey from India to the US, Diaspora Challenges, Adaptations, and Self-Discovery.
May I begin? Okay. Are you able to hear me reasonably clearly? If I'm too loud, tell me. Huh? I don't know. And if you can't hear, also don't feel shy. As it has already been mentioned, this third day workshop or whatever, I'm going to talk about a journey from India to the US. So it's a sort of a personal account of my own diasporic experiences. Okay. Um, I'm going to begin with a poem from a well-known Mexican poet who actually, as it happened, he's a wonderful poet. So if you don't, if you are students of literature, are unfamiliar with him, you should go and look for his work by the name of Octavio Paz. Octavio Paz. And Indians might, not your generation, but Indians may know of him because years ago, he was Mexico's ambassador to India also. So in some senses, and this is just to sort of get us started. And I quote Octavio Paz, "No one behind me, no one ahead. The path the ancient cleared has closed. Everyone's path, easy and wide, goes nowhere. I am alone and find my way. Okay? No one behind me, no one ahead. The path the ancient cleared has closed. Everyone's path, easy and wide, goes nowhere. I'm alone and find my way. So I'm going to talk about my alone journey, my journey as a single person, my diasporic journey to the United States. I have to, at the very beginning, do a disclaimer, which is that we've been talking about pretty much for the last 2.5 days about women's diasporic experiences, where women are seen frequently and are, in fact, victims of violence, of patriarchy, of exploitation, and as a result, face and experience emotions of extreme loneliness, despair, and dislocation. So you have standing in front of you a diasporic individual who doesn't know what all this is about, okay? So my own journey as an immigrant is, I think, rather unusual because it contains none of the loneliness, none of the estrangement that many young diasporic women feel, none of the deep sense of loss, though there was some sense of loss, and certainly I didn't feel any kind of alienation or a burning desire to return to India, so common to most immigrants, especially the first generation of diasporic immigrants, which I am a part of. So one of the things I want to explore with you is, in what way was my experience different? I want, at the very outset, to suggest that my experience as a diasporic individual does not represent mainstream, okay? I think I stand outside the box. So this is not, I can't speak for all the 4.5 million Indians who are in United States. I can only speak at this point for myself. But in talking about what I felt, perhaps you can capture exactly the opposite of what a majority of the diasporic people felt. And what this suggests is that diasporic experiences are not uniformly the same. They differ from one person to another, depending on a number of factors which we need to talk about. So any kind of generalization we make about diasporic experience, one must make with a certain amount of caution and care, because what I will tell you does not apply to every Indian. By far, it doesn't apply. So that experiences don't tend to be homogeneous. They don't tend to be identical. They don't even tend to be similar. They differ from individual to individual, depending on their backgrounds, their circumstances, their class, their caste, the motivation more than anything else for the move from one part of the world to another. You know, what drove them to leave their families? What triggered off this emigration? What we call in migration literature, what were the push factors and the pull factor? What pushed them to leave India, and what was it that attracted them about, in this case, United States or any other country that they moved to? And again, I want to qualify that mine represents not the norm, okay? And while most literary works and our seminar, our workshop, or whatever this 5-day sessions deal with the genre of immigrant tales and immigrant narratives and literary narratives, most of them, if you've read the popular books, and we've talked about all the very well-known authors, they talk about dislocation and displacement. These are two important words. Dislocation, you locate from your home country, from everything that you love, that you are familiar with, and you relocate in an alien environment, a strange environment. And this often leads to trauma. It leads to a lot of anguish. It leads to loneliness. It leads to the desire to return back very frequently. In other words, there is a sense of dislocation and displacement. My experience is a little different, or maybe it's very, very different, okay? I I actually come from Gujarat. I was born in Nagpur in Maharashtra. When I was 3 months old, my parents, for work reasons, my father moved to Delhi. And from the time I was 3 months old until I was 21, when I left for the US, I lived, grew up, and loved Delhi. So in some ways, Delhi was the city. I did my schooling and all the way from elementary school to finishing up high school in Delhi. And then I went to a women's college. So I'm very delighted that I am once again back in the environment that I love most. I went to Delhi University to Miranda House to do my BA in history. And after I finished 3 years of that, and I stayed in the hostel. By the time I started my college in Miranda House, my parents had moved to Nagpur. My father was an engineer and an environmentalist. And they moved away, so I went to the hostel. I think that's a diasporic experience also, okay? In particularly, this was 1962, okay? And I was a 16-year-old girl. I just thank my parents that they've had enough confidence to let me go and have the freedom to go and study at the age of 16, and more so live in a hostel. And in those days, very lightly speaking, everybody would refer to the Mirandians, so students of Miranda House, as very fast girls. I didn't even know what the hell fast meant. I mean, but my mother trusted me, you know, and they put their confidence in me that I would be okay and that I would manage okay. After I finished my BA in Indian history and decided to do a master's, carry on at Delhi University for my graduate school. I studied under, and once again, I am so thankful. You are lucky to have women professors, but in my days, a lot of them were men. Well, my professor in ancient Indian history, which I specialized in, was Romila Thapar, Dr. Romila Thapar, probably now renowned as one of the best historians writing Indian history. And I have to say, one single role model, one single mentor can turn your life around. And for me, that woman was Romila Thapar. So I did my master's, and I finished that in 67, 2 years of master's then. And I I and my parents, we discussed this, and we felt, I was too young to still go abroad for higher education. And so we agreed upon the fact that I would seek a job teaching history, Indian history. And so I interviewed. And I have to say, not for a minute did I think I wouldn't get selected. I mean, it's only at 16 or 17 or 18 or 19 that you have this total wrong confidence. But I just assumed that I was going to get the job, and actually I did get the job. So I got the job to teach Indian history. And that was also a very important 1 year for me. I taught at the Delhi Miranda House for 1 year, taught women, really enjoyed it. So that's why I get so excited coming and talking to you, because I'm reliving my experiences from 1967, a long time back, but I loved every day, every moment with my students that I had, and sharing with them what I had learned in my master's. In 67, I heard, and Dr. Thapar was sort of influential and instrumental in this. She mentioned to me that Delhi University was starting a program in a whole department of East Asian studies. She said, would you like to apply for East Asian history? I'd taken by then only one single course at the MA previous level on East Asian history, but I didn't think much about it, and I applied. And lo and behold, I was selected for that position. I decided yes, and they gave me they asked me, they said, where do you want to go? So they themselves were very anxious that I go to London School of Oriental and African Studies, or to Oxford University, where I had admission. And when I got the letter of appointment, I went back to them and I said, no, I don't want to go to England. I want to go to the US. Okay? So sent me to either Yale or to Harvard, the two places well known for East Asian studies. And they said, we've got to think about it. I think they did not realize, they had not encountered somebody either as bold or as cheeky, whatever you want to call it. And they came back and said, yeah, we think Yale would be nice for you. And then I spent 3 nights thinking about Yale. And I had the audacity to go back to them again and say, no, I think Yale doesn't suit me. I don't like the program at Yale. I want to go to Harvard. Now, these people should have kicked me out, frankly. I mean, I was demanding things at every step. But for whatever reason, they said, fine, we will see. Romila wrote a letter on my behalf, and Harvard admitted me. Okay? I have to mention that, yes, and off the record, I need to mention that all this in arguing for not London, not Oxford, not Oriental Studies, not even Yale, I had behind me a young man whom I had known. But I had not decided to get married at all. I had made no commitments whatsoever. When he went to the US to study civil engineering, I told him, I said, I want you to be free, and I want you to meet all the girls. Don't think about me, because there will be many girls, many capable, and let's keep all our options open. But I want you particularly to have the opportunity not to be tied down to some woman in India. Anyway, I did go to Harvard, and he, as it happened, that was his last year at MIT, finishing up his PhD in urban planning and in civil engineering, which he was. Okay, when I reached there was, I mean, my diasporic experiences are a little unusual. When I went there, I knew that I had to find a way to support myself. You know, one of the big challenges for people who go is how do you find the resources? I mean, you may not believe it, but I didn't come from a family that could have afforded very easily my staying in a hostel and this and that. So I go to the Harvard office and I look through their housing office ads, and I find that there was this woman whose husband was away in Africa, and she wanted somebody to take care of her 4 children. I never had children, I wasn't married, but what she was willing to give in return was free rent and food, and that's what I wanted. Okay, so I applied for that, went and met her. I really liked it. 4 children was rather handful for me because I'd not been around young children, but she didn't expect too much work, and I lived in the basement. I saved a lot of money. So one of the things that's similar with other diasporic people is economic necessities push you to make some decisions, okay? In the case of people, some people go as indentured labor. In other cases, they go to work. They go to do business. They are dukkhawalas in East Africa. In my case, the economic need was to find a way for housing and food so that I was self-sufficient. Okay. Once I got married, and then I'm going to move on to the nitty-gritty of it, I moved to Washington. And again, this is something I want to mention. My husband had just finished his PhD, and I felt that I didn't want to restrain his opportunity. So I said, let's move to Washington. So what? So then when we go to Washington, I'm telling myself, what am I going to do? There's nothing to study here. I've studied East Asian history. I've studied Indian history. I know I find British history very boring. What am I to study? And then something struck me. I had never been exposed to African history. On my way to the US, I had stopped in Africa where my father happened to be, at that time, post-retirement at the University of Nairobi, teaching environmental engineering, starting a program in environmental engineering. So I spent 3 months there before I came to the US. And at that point, I realized my own ignorance, my own lack of historical understanding of an entire continent. And I was also angry that Delhi University did not have any courses on African history at that time. And that had stuck in the back of my mind. So when I moved to Washington, I looked around and there was nothing that really interested me. And I certainly didn't want to start working. So I said, hey, this is the time to go back to school. So I applied to an African-American university, Howard this time, not Harvard, but Howard, and a program, PhD program in African history. I had to start all over again. Coursework, but I did it very fast because I was already, and then field work. So I finished coursework very quickly. I was not yet married for more than a year. And I said goodbye to my husband. I said, I got a Ford Foundation grant, and I can't give up any opportunities for further. So I'm going for field work to Africa, to Kenya. And so I took myself up. No understanding of Kenya, no place to stay there. Found myself in a hostel at the University of Nairobi and spent 3 months doing some field work, studying the Asian migration to East Africa. So the other day when I spoke about the Asians in East Africa, it's coming out of my doctoral dissertation, the work I did in Africa in the 70s, whenever it was. I came back, quickly wrote up my dissertation, and got my PhD. Now, wherein lies the diasporic experience here? I was in a space which was in between, already at Howard, an African American, predominantly an African American institution, no matter how prestigious, but I was not African American. I was an Indian. I, I was in between because neither African American and nor was I a white American. And they couldn't really place me. I was the only student in the program, feeling estranged, having not too many friends because you are neither here nor there. You are the in-between space, and they don't quite know how to figure that out. So it's a very different kind of experience, but it is very similar to diasporic women who find themselves in a new country, in a new environment. They get lonely because they don't have friends, and so on and so forth. Okay. In my case, and anyway, I finished my PhD, and then I just have to finish that up and then move on to very specifics here. I decided consciously to teach in a women's college. And there were many in those days in America, because my heart was to help young women become whatever they wanted to, the way I had the opportunity to fulfill my dreams and realize all the dreams I had. So when the opportunity came up, I applied to a college that was 100 years old. That was a women's college, 42 miles from Washington. I said, let me learn how to drive. Learned that, and I would go every day. I got the job, and I taught there. Once again, I felt a sense of loneliness and tremendous alienation. At that time, I want to say this was 1976 or 1977. Even though there was a large faculty, there was no foreign faculty member at my college. Not just Indian, there was no foreign faculty member, they were all Americans. Men and women professors, but all American. I told them, and it was not easy initially. But I decided, so what? I'm going to chart my own path. I'm going to do what I want. I'm going to teach the things I've been hired for. And my life was going to be at home rather than at work, other than teaching. My fulfillment had to come from home, even though home and husband were 42 miles away. So I'm doing this driving and whatever. In my case, there was no deep sense of grief about leaving India. And I'm still grappling with why was that? For me, America was not something that was forced upon me. Nobody said, Purnima, go to India, go to the US to study. My parents did not. They never imposed their views on me. But it was my own decision. And so the desire to go and explore a new land, new opportunities, new possibilities, the promise of another kind of future was what attracted me. And I had no deep sense of grief that accompanies other diasporic people, nor was there an erasure of the past. When I was at the women's college, I insisted that one course I taught would be on India, on Indian culture. And this was my way of overcoming my desire to stay connected with India. It was very academic, but it was nevertheless there. I had, if anything, rather than want an erasure of the past, what I experienced was a renewed interest in the past, okay? So it was not a nostalgia for the past. It was not sadness or sorrow at what I left behind, because nobody forced me to do it. What I felt was a renewed interest in the past. And very quickly, I knew how I could fill that gap. So I decided, while I was teaching, sometime in the late 70s or whatever, after 1 year of teaching, that I was going to visit India and I was going to fill the gap in my knowledge about my own past. And the way I could do it was to write, not to write, but to translate the autobiography of my grandmother. Okay? And this was my connection with India. This was the way I overcame my loneliness for India, by saying my past isn't erased. I have a renewed interest, a new interest in my past, and that is to find out where I'm coming from and what my past was. So my grandmother, and I mentioned it very quickly in the other, and I'm not going to spend time on that, she was the first woman to go to college from Gujarat, period. 1902, when women did not go out of their homes. She was courageous enough to go and get her degree. And then she decided, and this is important for women particularly, but for men and women, she decided that she was going to dedicate herself. She was a typical Indian woman. Remember this, we are talking the early 20th century. She decided that she was going to promote women's education because she felt she had benefited from her experience. So she started in her own home. She started a school to begin with 3 widows who wanted to study. And she taught them. And gradually it must have been successful, and it was not about money because she was getting no money. Gradually and slowly it became a women's college, and now it is a part of SNDT, Women's University in Bombay. So in some ways it was, the other day I said that we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. And what can I say? Anytime somebody said, ma'am, you did rather well. And I said, no. It was just because I had all the push. And so what I did was, in trying to connect with my past and get over my loneliness, if there was any, which was not, I said, and my grandmother during the course of her life wrote a biography, an autobiography, that initially was not published as a book, but it is as a book now. Every month she wrote a chapter for the local newspaper in Gujarati language, a language in which I had not grown up. I spoke it. I didn't know it very well. I spoke it at home because my parents insisted we speak Gujarati. I grew up in Delhi, so I spoke Hindi. I took up the challenge. I said, how can I translate when I don't know Gujarati properly? So at that time, there was an old uncle staying in this house, the family home. And I said, please, please, uncle, give me time every day. I'll sit at your feet. I'll read the autobiography. And I will try, you help me with some words so I can get it into English. Because I didn't know Gujarati well. And over a period of several months, I translated the autobiography, which is published by Zuban, the women's press. And in some ways, I think it really helped me at least overcome this deep sense of nostalgia for the past. I had found my past, and it was very much energizing for me to have done this work. It was a labor of love. And of all the books I have worked on, I still consider it my favorite book because it is my grandmother's life. It is about her struggles and so on. So what is happening here in terms of diaspora? I relocated to United States for a number of reasons, education, whatever. But instead of feeling dislocated, I simply felt I had relocated, and it was a journey of not only relocation, but what came with it was rediscovery, finding myself, finding my soul, finding my potential and my past. There was no erasure of the past. and so on and so forth. What I felt was a deep sense of empowerment. And I have to say that that has carried me through the 50 years or 55 years of my stay in the US. I think I charted a new and a very much adventurous path for myself. Nobody stopped me. They encouraged me, whether it was my parents first, then my husband, then my daughter, and I could fulfill fulfill my dreams and my desires the way I wanted to. So it was very much very easy. Let's talk a little bit about assimilation, okay? We've talked so much in the last 2.5 days about how difficult the process of assimilation is for new diasporic immigrants, migrants. That assimilation means you are adopting and adapting to the culture of the host country, okay? To assimilate is to adapt. Now, my experience with Indians in America, and particularly, and I don't say this with any contempt or negative, this is a reality, is that many of the Indians who come from backgrounds where they don't feel themselves a sense of confidence or have not had self-discovery, come to the US and are baffled. Language, okay? You people are, many of you are students of English literature, but not everybody is. Many people go there in search of jobs. They go from poverty-stricken backgrounds. They go to join their husbands who are working people there. And to find yourself in an environment where the language, not only the culture is different, the clothing is different, the food is different, but basically you're finding yourself in an environment that is very alien, okay? Now, it is, and the first thing I notice about Indians in America, the shorter their stay in America, in other words, if they've just arrived and they are settling down, they suddenly acquire an American accent, okay? Oh, I'm always taken aback. I've been there for 57 years, and how come I speak Indian English, okay, or whatever it is? I don't have an American accent, but the American accent was a form of assimilation, maybe, for them, okay? And when my students said, we don't understand some of the words you're using, Dr. Bhatt, I said, don't worry. Ask me, I will explain it. But don't think that I am going to speak your language. I am speaking what the English I have grown up with, okay? I resisted a certain kind of assimilation. What I did was what we call in diasporic literature as selective assimilation, okay? What suited me, I adopted. What I didn't like, or I did not find, was not comfortable with, such as acquiring quickly a huge American accent, I said, I don't care. If they don't understand me, tough luck, you know. So in some ways, my adaptation to the English, which often poses such a problem for immigrants, was to simply stay with what I knew and move on. Okay? I wasn't going to adapt. I had no interest in linguistic adaptation or assimilation. Clothes, I did. I remember the first winter I was there. I was wearing these saris, salwar kurta and saris, but mainly saris. Oh, I'm going to America. I better look halfway decent. And very quickly come November, and December, and January, and February, and it is snowing, and it is minus 10 degrees and minus 20 degrees, and there's snow and ice on the ground. And here, Purnima is walking around to Harvard in her sandals and her saris, thinking she's very fashionable. I said, no, 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 no. This got to stop. It doesn't matter if I don't look nice. So very quickly, I have to say that I had to adapt to the dress styles of there. Not a short mini skirt, which I was too old for anyway and could not, but blue trousers and a top. And I still, at my age, mostly when I'm not with an august company like yours, uh, and when I don't have a boss so well dressed as your teacher, your professor, I still feel more comfortable with either salwar kurta or even more so with just, jeans or trousers and a top. So there was some dress adaptation, more out of the necessity of the weather, and I decided it didn't matter. Even when I was newly married, it didn't matter. I mean, my husband didn't care, and if he cared, I wouldn't have cared anyway. I was going to be comfortable. Okay, it was very, very important. Food. Now, a lot of the literature, diasporic literature, and all the writers that you have been discussing for 2.5 days talk about food as a means of solidarity, as a way to recall your motherland, as a way to remember your home country. Okay? It's a way of connecting. It's really a very powerful way of connecting. And very quickly I found that I craved Gujarati food. I craved simple food. I wanted dal chawal. I wanted dahi. I wanted achar. I wanted roti. And you people are probably a little more fortunate than I was. If I wanted this and I wanted that and dal and chawal and fresh roti, you better believe it. Either my husband or I, or together, we're going to figure out a way to make it all. Because there was going to be nobody. We could neither afford nor was there any possibility. In food, I think I have adapted very little. I also, not because I have any religious constraints, I have none whatsoever. I'm not a big meat eater. If you invite me to your house and you have biryani, I'll taste it, okay? If you have chicken, I'll taste it. But my preference is just a simple dahi, rice, dal, whatever. And I have continued that, even when my husband has a yearning. So the other day I was calling him up and I said, are you lonely? And he said, not at all. I said, are you eating properly? And he said, very well, even better than when you are here. And I said, what are you eating? And he said, I had chicken today and I had fish last night. So I know that he is making up for lost time here. When I'm there, he doesn't get it as often. But anyway, so in my case, there was values. I don't think I changed my values too much. Okay? I went with very solid. I come from a Gandhian family. My grandmother and grandparents were involved in the freedom struggle. So there was an emphasis on simplicity, on leading a simple life. And the values I took with me have been reinforced rather than changed. If I have had a little bit more money because both of us worked, I didn't spend it either on clothes or on jewelry or on something else. It wasn't important. My values were somewhere else, okay? My values do include travel. I can't resist. I want to travel all the time, everywhere, every place in the world. And I do that. But other than that, my lifestyle and my values. Lifestyle is also important. If you come to my house, you will think that you are in a Gujarati home. A modest one in America, but nevertheless, I recreate a little Gujarat through the bedspreads or through whatever, and lifestyle remains in some ways the same. Okay. What did America mean to me as an immigrant in my diasporic experience? I learned that if I was audacious, meaning slightly cheeky, and I may be more than slightly. If you are audacious and you insist that you want something, you can get it. Okay, at least that's my experience. So when I went to teach at my college, after teaching for a year or two and doing a very nice job, I thought my students at least loved me. I don't know about the faculty. When I started feeling secure that they knew that I was worth keeping, I went to the president of the college, university, and I said, why don't you have a course on Native Americans? You know, the first American, you know what I mean by Native Americans. What used to be called American Indian, but that's a confusing term for us. Native Americans were the first people to live on they were the original people who were settled in America. It was only later on that they were thrown out by the the white people, and their their basically their livelihoods taken away, their lands taken away, their pride taken away. It's a very sad story of the neglected ones right in America. Nobody talks, America is a superpower, and people talk about how wonderful the country is. All you have to do is to go to the Southwest, to the reservations, to the Native American settlements. What poverty, what alienation for them. They are experiencing what diasporic individuals face, and they are the original residents of that. So it's a very sad story, but so I asked the college, I said, aren't you embarrassed that you have me teaching Chinese history and Japanese history, me teaching Indian history, me teaching African history? Who's teaching Native American history, the history of this land and of the original settler people of this land? And they said, no, there's nobody to teach it. I said, I don't believe that. If you have the will, you'll find a way. And then I said, yes. And if you want, give me time. I said, send me to the Southwest. Let me travel freely amongst the Native Americans. Let me go to the Library of Congress and spend days and nights and weeks and months, if necessary, studying about Native American culture, their literature, their poetry, their economies. And I said, if you give me 1.5 years of leave, paid leave, I'm not going to take unpaid leave, then I will come back and develop and come back and teach a course that you will be proud of. I have to say that they gave me the chance, okay? So I took off. Once again, bye-bye to the husband. Took off, went to Southwest, they gave me the monies, went to the reservations, tried to study the Indians, find out about their problems, about the concerns they have. Came back, Library of Congress, day in, day out, a day in and day out, and developed a course on the cultures of Native America. And I'm very proud that now, of course, nobody's teaching it again because I've left, but it was one of the most popular courses. So in some senses, how does that fit in with our concerns about diaspora? I think for me, it was a certain amount of confidence that I found or I had or I discovered in United States as an immigrant. It was a journey of self-discovery and self-exploration. And I developed a certain amount of confidence that if I really had the will, really have the desire, really have the good intentions, then I could get what I wanted. Okay, pretty much what I wanted. And so for me, it has literally been a land of opportunities. People go to America for economic opportunities. And I respect that. I'm not going to condemn that. For me, it was not getting rich. It was not making money. You can't make money as a teacher, or at least you couldn't in those days. it was about the excitement of learning new things and then sharing it with a whole generation of students. And what America can do and did for me, but can do for a lot of people, is that it can become a land of opportunities, of self-discovery, and of self-exploration. And you can do what you want if you put in enough effort. And at least for me, so it was easy for me to fulfill my dreams and realize my hopes. Um, the other thing that was an advantage to me, and I have to say this because it is so important in diasporic literature, patriarchy, the burden of, for women particularly, who come from patriarchal families, male-dominant families, arranged marriage sometimes adding to, contributing further to the patriarchy. The expectations quite often, if there is an arranged marriage in India and the young bride goes off to join her husband in either US or UK or whichever country, whether it's Jamaica or Mauritius or Fiji, is that she will bear a dual burden. Okay? She will look after the family. She will take care of the cooking and all the household chores. When children are born, she will look after the children. And she is shouldering. I don't think it's only a dual burden, it's a multiple burden that is placed on women under patriarchy. And at some point, it must and has to change. Because when I understand, I don't know what is happening in India. India too is changing slowly. But when you find yourself in a different country, and in a developed, so-called developed part of the world, UK, USA, Australia, whatever, the women often are compelled to work outside of the home because you've got to make two ends meet. It is not a matter of luxury. It is actually a matter of necessity for most immigrants. Now, if a woman is working 8 hours outside, as her husband is, and if they have children, I don't understand why patriarchy, under patriarchy, the expectation is that when both of them, husband, wife, Mia, Bibi, come home, that she's going to go straight, change her clothes, go into the kitchen, cook the food, wash the dishes, clean up, and take care of the children. And this requires negotiation. Sometimes it is easy, sometimes it is very painful because you're dealing with other human beings. My case, I must have done, I don't believe in an earlier life, but if I had one, I must have done something wonderful because I'm lucky, okay? So I didn't have to negotiate this with my husband. I just assumed that when I'm away, he was going to do the cooking. When he's busy, I was going to do the cooking. That we were going to, this was a joint endeavor, and it was not about patriarchy. And that I, for one, was not going to submit to patriarchy because I felt it was unjust. It was unfair. It was against my very being, my essential being. Now, I don't want to at all suggest that everybody has to be like that. Since this is about my journey, I can only tell you what happened and what worked for me. And what worked for me, that I was fortunate that I didn't have to negotiate too much in terms of why don't you also share in the cooking? Actually, he's now a better cook than I am. I sometimes get a little lazy. And then when our daughter was born, I have only one daughter, it was very, very important to me that he be the father to her equally as I was the mother to my daughter. And so we moved towns to be nearer my college. He left his job so he could be a good father. And we decided that when she grew up, it was time to go back again. And then we would pick up where we left off in Washington. 14 years were big ones for him to sacrifice his career. Not once did he object, not once did I ask him whether it was painful, because I thought that's what women do. And the world is changing, and I want to be a part of that world to change that. And there is a great, when I see him with my daughter, I feel there's a great joy in the way that she, in some ways, she is closer to him than she is to me. And it is very good that husband and wife together in partnership share. It doesn't happen every day. I know that I should not raise expectations, but one can always dream. One can always aspire. And certainly in my case, it worked very well. I'm going to then round up and then we can do. So as a parent, or as parents, since we did everything together, as parents, we made a choice. You know, sometimes the tension for diasporic families is, how do you bring up children? How much of Indian culture do you impart to them? And how much freedoms do you give them to be American, because they are growing up in America, they're born and brought up there, or at least they are brought up there. The extent of how much do you want them to remain Indians? And if you do, then of course there is nearly always the rituals within the home which teach children about religion and about religious traditions and beliefs and so on and so forth. There are other things, the food, of course, clothing, of course, and the expectation of, can they be dating? Should they be dating? What happens if she wants to go out with a young man? Am I going to be Indian and say, no, I want you only to marry an Indian? Or am I going to say, well, you've grown up here. What right do I have? If I wanted her to be an Indian, I should have lived in India. I know that for sure. And I feel that about every Indian in the West. If they want their children to continue all the traditions, all the beliefs, all the religious rituals, why are you going abroad? Is it only for monetary reasons? Or is there something else that is pushing you to go? So in my case, not an easy decision, because it never is. We decided jointly that it was the onus, the responsibility was on us to allow her to be free in a country where everybody else was doing whatever they were doing. To dress like an American if she wanted, I didn't always, but then, you know, who was I? Or to eat like an American, or to go out with an American boy, and to marry an American if she wanted. I wasn't going to impose anything. And I think for Indian parents, that is often an enormously difficult choice. And in my case, in our case, it was an absolute conscious decision that if you go to another country and you have a daughter, you bring her up there, you stay there, then you should, we thought by our value systems, allow her the freedom to be whoever she wants to be, to whatever she wants to do. It's not that it's always something that makes me happy, but it is not, I did what I wanted to do, okay? Though I was I was not a rebel, even though it might sound like I was rebellious all my life. But so I think one of the hardest decisions for diasporic families is how to bring up children in that new environment. And oftentimes there is a very severe generation gap, okay? There's an estrangement of the young people against, and an anger, a resentment towards the parents. And I think with some reason, if you really, really, and I have no problem, if you really want to bring up your children as Indians, you probably shouldn't go to the West. because it is not fair to them. You have to allow them freedoms then, because you've enjoyed your whatever, and how is it that you are imposing your religious tradition or your beliefs or your ideas of should you go or should you. So the tension between the first generation, which I am, of American, and the second generation, which is my daughter, the potential is always there. But I accept she's an American kid. So yesterday, before I was talking about the saris, and maybe I mentioned, I said, I look at the sari and I say, who's going to wear? I have only one daughter and she will not wear these, and they were given to me by my grandmother and my mother, and I'm so sad and this and that. Okay, what does it matter when I'm gone? Okay, if the saris can go, she can do what she wants. It's not for me to decide. So these are choices immigrants make. And I'm not for a minute going to suggest that what I did, the way of life I followed, the values I had were the right ones. They were right for me, okay? They were appropriate for me. So first generation, second generation tensions are very common amongst diasporic people. What other advantages or disadvantages did I have which allowed me, I think, to find happiness and fulfillment and discover myself in a new country, in America in this case? And I have to say that for everyone, your background can make a difference. Okay, I don't want to move away from the importance of influences in your background. Caste, class, religion, all of those matter, okay? And in varying degrees, they can influence the thinking of diasporic people. So if you come from a deeply religious background, which I didn't, they allowed me to, and in my courage or my stupidity, I don't know which one of the two, I also asked the college to allow me to teach a comparative religion course, because I said that before I say I don't follow any religion, I must study it so well, every one of them, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Judaism, and African religions. And I said, only then I'm in a position. And so I, again, developed a course on comparative religion. But having studied all the religions, I respect them all, and I respect the practitioners of all. I value their beliefs. For myself, I walked away from any rigid adherence to any one religion, and I didn't come from a background. My mother and father, my mother was not a working woman. So for a minute, don't think that I come from, a grandmother may have been highly educated, but she too was a wife and a mother. My mother too, and that was in independence time. You couldn't, a woman couldn't work because you were taking away a job from a man. And she did social work for like 50 years for the poor, for children, for orphans, but never making, at the end of her life, she would say, Purnima, you made money. I mean, she wasn't talking big money, but she said you had economic independence, your own economic independence. She said, I didn't earn a single rupee in my entire life. And I think she had some sadness about that. So economic backgrounds make a difference. But in my case, I was fortunate enough to have very few constraints. Because I live a simple lifestyle, I don't need a lot of money, and husband and wife both working, more than enough, okay? Not rich, I'll never get rich, but very comfortable. If I wanted to travel, and particularly to India, my husband yesterday when I went in, he called up to find out how the sessions went. And I said, firstly, don't even talk to me. I'm so tired. I haven't taught in so many years that I'm exhausted and falling down. But when I'm rested up, I'll call you back. And I called him back and he said, I saw the video recording. And he said, you know, you were wrong. You said you traveled 27, 28 times in all the years that you were in the US. He said, do you know how many times you traveled? 98 visits to India in the time I was here. And they were not all with him. I would travel on my own. But when I could, I did teaching in India. I managed to find women's colleges. Because I couldn't, I wanted to connect with Indian students. I wanted to connect with women. I wanted to know what it was like here in the classroom. So I had so many opportunities. But I think my experience was a little unusual. Okay, finally, and you know what the trips to India did? Not just for me, but more importantly for my daughter and my husband when he came, was that it allowed me to remain in contact with Indian culture. So when I find myself with you, I'm at home. I'm not in a foreign land. I'm not thinking about home country and something I left behind 57 years ago. I am very much comfortable because I moved back and forth. I made very frequent visits to India, and it allowed me to remain in contact with Indian culture and maintain strong, very strong family ties. Okay, and those were things that sustained me over all those years. Um, Finally, when people ask me the question, they'll say, Purnima, or the question to me, I ask myself, who am I? Okay, who am I? Am I an Indian or am I an American? Okay, 58, so I've spent most of my life outside of India. And my answer to that, and I've been thinking a lot about that, maybe because I'm getting old and senile, my answer is that I belong to the world. Okay? I live in two cultures, both of which are also mine, but none of which are exclusively mine. So I'm straddling between the two worlds, both of which have given me a lot. And I love, in some strange way, I love both of them because they have both enriched me in different ways. I want to think that I'm a cosmopolitan person. I'm a citizen of the world, and that I will try, have tried, and will do so till I die, to imbibe the best of both the East and the West without saying that I belong to one or the other. And I think in some ways that is a diasporic experience that is very much mine, but there are others who may feel that too. Okay, I have lost count of time, and Dr. Sadaf is not here. Are we nearly one hour gone? Huh? I was told in no uncertain terms, whether you like it or not, we were thinking how to tie you to your chairs. I know you've had a very long day, but she said the grant requires that we have a tutorial. And in fact, I think I got a little bit of a scolding that I cannot get away without requiring 1 hour of question answer. And I said, what if the students just stay quiet? What am I going to do then? I've prepared my lecture. I've talked whatever I'm talked out about my trip to the... And she said, if not, you write down questions. There she comes. No, that's not her. So she said, if they don't ask questions, Purnima, you're going to raise some questions and have them answer that. So please, please don't force me. And I'm so obedient. After 58 years of being away, I'm obedient because, I'm here. I'm serving you people and the college and the grant. So I don't know if you want to take I don't know, even if it's my right to say that, but certainly it's all right with me. I won't get offended if you want to take a few minutes away. I better stay glued to the chair in case my host professor comes. I don't want to disappear, but then let's have a meaningful discussion. If not a meaningful discussion, then you're going to force me to, as she wants me. She ordered me. This is not a request. This is not an appeal. It is an order that the grant requires 1 hour of animated discussion or my asking you questions and you're not remaining quiet. So don't save me and save my life, okay? Okay, I'm going to thank you very much. It is such a joy. It is such a pleasure to be once again in the classroom. You were very resilient throughout your journey, right from the US, here also. Not now. I'm feeling a little wiped out. And I get energized when I talk to you. But then I go home and Shall do that, everybody can hear you then.
Uh, Ma'am, my question is like, as you have shared your lived experiences living in the US with us, so uh, I just want to ask, like, do you see that American people admire Indian culture? Or like, as we claim that India has immense soft power in the US, so how do you see it? Like, is it so? Like,
Okay.
do they really admire our culture, or are we just following their culture and assimilating in American culture?
Yeah, okay, this is a very interesting question, and in fact, I need to reflect on this a little bit. But my answer to that is that I think they admire what they understand about Indian culture, but particularly, they admire they have what they have understood of Indian culture, what sometimes is problematic for Americans about Indians in overseas Indians. I can only speak for Indians in US, and I think it probably applies even more so to the Indians in UK, is that the inclination of Indians, and please remember that this is not meant as criticism, it is meant as a comment. The inclination of immigrants generally is when they move to a foreign land, say in this case America, because they want to feel comfortable, language, food, culture, religion, traditions, beliefs, they tend to congregate in areas where other Indians live. Okay? And you brought up a very important question. Where Indians have a tendency to do that. So if you come to America and ask anybody, they'll say in Washington area, larger metropolitan area, the Indians tend to live in this one locality, and they're all Indians there. They mingle with each other, they eat with one another, they practice the rituals. New Jersey is a hot spot of Indian population, as is places like Yuba City in California. And the Indians tend then to be somewhat clannish. So if the Americans criticize, they will say that they are observing that Indians build cultural islands where there are only other Indians because that is a higher level of comfort for them. Okay? They are creating a little India, and that's where they feel most comfortable. Now, I think there's a lot of truth in that. When I moved to Washington, we made a conscious decision. And I'm sharing only a personal thing. It is not a judgment on anyone. We decided that the reason you go to another country is that you want to interact with the people there. You want to learn from them and have them learn from you, particularly your host country. If you build a little island of Little India in USA, you are doing none of that. You may as well be in India, except that you're making more money because you are in the US. So this mentality of being clannish, it's a very human desire, it's a natural desire, but one probably should resist the temptation. I think that when one goes to another culture, it is incumbent upon you to learn about their culture, to have friends who are from the local host country, to try to go to their homes and invite them to your home to eat Indian food. You want to partake not only of their hospitality and giving you jobs, you want to be able to share. So I would say that yes, I'm critical of Indians who never move beyond, rise above their comfort level of wanting to be with other Indians. And they have their little temples there, they have their, the mosques there, they have Indian restaurants there. People are speaking Hindi or Urdu or Gujarati or whatever, you may as well be in India. Why are you here? And if the answer is you're here because you can make a lot of money, then I think that to me is very mercenary. You are going there just for money, okay? And it's not meant to be, this is the way I feel. It is my view. I don't want to say that it's the right one, but this is how. Indians tend to be very, very, where England you go, Australia you go, Canada you go, there are little cultural islands, Indian islands, and they mingle only with other Indians. I often ask other Indians, how many times have you eaten at an American's house? How many times have you called somebody whom you work with who's American, a white American, or a black American, black even more so, okay? How many times have you had an African American come and eat at your house and cook Indian food? Most of the time, they have never invited an African American. And I resisted that. As I said, I'm a citizen of the world. I didn't go to America to make money. I went there because I thought it was going to be a journey of self-discovery, and I was going to get the best of what I could find there. So I'm troubled by this mentality. It's an easy thing, it's a comfortable thing, but you've got to, even the act of traveling abroad, you are leaving your comfort zone. I mean, why else would anybody go abroad, right? There's a lot of newness and everything. There's a lot of anxiety. Why in the world would you go if all you are doing is trying to find a little place, which is India? Yes, so does that answer your question? Yeah? Okay. And it's a very, very important question, and I'm glad you asked it rather than me talk about it, because then I'm responding rather than criticizing. Okay, other questions? Yes, please.
Yes, this question is related to terminology. So you said that there's some sense of like it's derogatory to use the word Habshi. So and then again there's one term that is I think used for Asians in East Africa, Muhindi. So I mean, how is that used? I mean, because I have found different connotations of the term Muhindi in different texts. So what was your personal experience as an Asian in...
Okay. The African, it was so long ago that I did my fieldwork, 1970 something, I think 1975, 76, whatever. The word Habshi, mostly used in India for Siddhis, the descendants of Africans who migrated to India, I think is being used very much in a derogatory way. There's something negative when people use the word, instead of saying Siddhi or Siddhi or Shiddhi, which is the way they like to call themselves, they say Habshi, or worse still, they say Kalia in Gujarat. If anybody ever says that, I get very, Kalia in Gujarati means the black one, okay? So I think we are talking, and Habshi should simply mean Habash, somebody who's coming from Ethiopia. And Ethiopia is one of the great centers of early civilization. So why are we negating it? Yeah, I have to say that while we talked about some criticisms that I made earlier of the Indian community in America, another very strong criticism, and I have to say, it's not just the whites who are racist, who are color conscious. It's Indians who are very color conscious. And to me, it is absolutely unforgivable. We have been victims of color prejudice. The British were prejudiced towards us as brown people. They looked down upon us. They frowned down upon us. They ruled over us. And they treated us negatively. what right do we have to go and do the same thing to people of African descent? So I think that that is another area. It shows, it's an indication of our um, color consciousness and the global south. And it's not just obsession with fair skin in India, it's an obsession with fair skin amongst people in Pakistan, in Sindh, in Bangladesh, everywhere. Yes, yes. And amongst Indians in America, amongst Indians in England, amongst Indians in Australia. It is like we have never shed our colonial mentality. We still want to be white. Why? I think people are beautiful the way they are. Brown, black, white, brown, whatever. But why is it that Indians are so color conscious? And people couldn't understand that I was, after all my education, that I was going off to study African history. They said, why would you do it? Why not? They are human beings. They were on the continent of Africa. So in some ways, it's a very deep-rooted color prejudice, exceedingly deep-rooted color prejudice. And it's, human beings are like that, but the only way we can change is to talk about it and become aware of the injustice and unfairness involved in judging anyone by the color of their skin. Now, I had a very interesting anecdote about this, and I hope I didn't mention it the other day. When I first moved to Washington and was looking for a job, I thought I'd go to the Indian Embassy, Embassy of India in Washington, and talk to them to say, well, I'm doing this, I've done this, what are the opportunities for me? And there was a lady there, and she said, I have I'm shy to say this, but she said, I have a son who's graduating from Harvard, and I'm looking for a bride for him. So I knew where she was taking that. And I said, ma'am, I'm already married, and I married of my own. I wouldn't have arranged marriage, so I'm not interested. And very interestingly, she said, you have a sister? I said, yes. My younger sister is at Cornell University, and she's doing her PhD in international nutrition. And she said, is she married? And I said, no. I knew where she was, what. And she said, can you tell me if she's fairer than you are? Okay. I stopped my conversation there. She was looking for a fair bride, and I was certainly not qualifying for her. I don't know what she was looking for. And I felt really insulted. And if this is somebody in the Indian Embassy, what can we hope for? Okay, she's looking for a fair bride. It's like the matrimonial columns in Times of India wanted fair and beautiful. Like anybody who is not fair can't be beautiful. And I think beauty comes in all colors. And that's when 50 years ago I decided I was someday going to write a book on this obsession with, I don't know, and this is at the top levels. You're not talking an uneducated, illiterate woman. You're talking somebody in the embassy, okay? Such deep prejudices. And I think beauty is, it's so, you can see beautiful people everywhere, black, white, brown. What does it matter? But it's very deeply embedded in Indian culture, sadly. And you people, when you have daughters, encourage them to, and you yourself, to move beyond color, to think of character and worthiness and intelligence and goodness rather than the color of one's skin. It makes my blood boil. Okay, does that answer your question? Okay, more questions. Yes.
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, my question is that when people from India move to US or any other place in the world, like so there are many challenges like regarding the diasporic challenges. So they have to adapt in order to overcome that kind of challenges
Okay.
to live a good life to in that place. So are they reluctant to those challenges and to adapt to the new ways? Are they reluctant, or they are like they are okay with it since they have, so like what kind of mindset does they have while going through those challenges? What does they feel? What are their thoughts on that? Like
Of adapting?
yes, ma'am. On adapting, and to how extent that does that affect the self discovery? Like,
Okay. A tough question I can only try to answer because I hesitate to answer for a lot of people. 4.5 million Indians in USA and 272 million people, immigrants all over the world from everywhere. I think that adaptation is always a problematic thing for everybody, okay? Because when you are adapting, you are giving up something also, right? You have to. So when you are trying to speak good English or what they think is acceptable English, you change your accent so they can understand you. Now, I fully understand that if a person owns a shop and is dealing with Americans at all times, they may need to change how their accent because otherwise they won't sell any goods, right? But by and large, adaptation is not, you don't have to change yourself. You can, or you can do selective adaptation. Within the home, you can worship the gods you want to, have the beliefs that you want to, whether you are Hindu, whether you are Muslim, whether you are Jewish, whether you are whatever, Christian. But I think when it comes to the public sphere, so we're talking public versus private. What you do in private is your own business. But I think by and large, their adaptation is less than adequate. I hate to say this, but I think that not all, but a large number of Indians think of America as a land, not so much of just opportunity, but of economic well-being. Okay? It is a land of opportunity. I've said over and over again that it was the opportunities. Where could I have got the opportunities to teach whatever I wanted to? But it, people are going there not because they are crazy enough like me. They are going there because they want economic well-being. And there, I think it is somewhat of a mercenary thing. So they need to adapt more. It's like if I come to your house and if I say, nah, I'm a vegetarian, I can't eat this, I don't like this food, my feeling is tough luck. If you are my host, I'm your guest, then it behooves me, it is incumbent upon me, it is necessary out of courtesy that I show respect for your customs and your traditions. And even if I'm going to just taste a little bit, I do that, but I adapt to, because you are my host. I think Indians have been lacking in adaptation. It feels like not all, but many of them only want the good life, the economic good life. And then they want to make money and return back. Huh? Now I see in Gujarat, the state that I sort of originally come from, or Ahmedabad where I go to, but in Gujarat, there are good things about making money also, okay? The entire, um, all across Gujarat, if you travel, and I'm sure that is true in UP, in Madhya Pradesh, in the south, where Indians who are living abroad remit, send back enormous amount of money to support their parents, to support their families, to build homes, um, to build temples and mosques, to support religious beliefs. They've changed the face of many villages. And that's a very good way to spend money. Okay, you make money, but at least you are giving back something to others who don't have. Okay, it's a business of money itself is not an evil. It is what you do with it that I'm troubled by. And I'm very energized to see that the face of many villages in India, they have improved, new houses, new roads, even better new schools, colleges, all because of the remissions of Indians overseas. And that's why the government, Indian government, has always been very mindful of keeping immigrants happy. They know that overseas Indians have money in their pockets and can do an enormous amount of good for the mother country. And they have their loyalty, which sometimes goes beyond what is necessary, has good sides to it, which is that they invest or reinvest some of their monies into improving the villages, the towns, the temples, the schools, particularly the schools and the colleges, and they pay for it. So I think that's good. I'm so glad you brought up that, because it is, I don't want to be negative here. I don't want to sound like I'm attacking and dumping on the overseas Indians. I'm a part of that diaspora, right? Other questions, please? Anything that's on your mind. You don't have to, otherwise, anything that whether it is personal based on what I have said, and there is no question that is a stupid question at all, ever. Yes, please. Do you want to ask the question in a way that they can hear you? Huh? I want others to, okay. So whoever is coming, either come here, go to the mic. I asked the gentleman.
Okay, this is the last question of the day, I hope. Because we all have to go back and it's about to rain. You can come here. अरे किसको पूछना है? चलो जल्दी से.
Free.
They are deciding.
हाँ, बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल. I'm the one who's the happiest.
Okay, both of you can ask.
Okay. I'll be free in 5 minutes. Go home and sleep and eat and relax. क्या 7 बजे बंद कर रहे हैं? हाँ? You have to tell me. And Allah, I'm at your mercy. No. What happened to the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Ask, she said last question. Please ask.
Good evening, ma'am. I would like to know, like you with decades of diasporic experience, how does the idea of home for you has transformed?
How idea of home
has transformed for you? Like this is
Baba. Professor Sada Farid will think I'm going to spend the next 7 hours talking about it. मुझे पता नहीं, मेरे को टाइम का बिल्कुल पता नहीं. You decide, they decide. I am just following order. बेचारी यार ये लोग, मैं तो बिस्किट खा रही हूँ. Some of you share this if she allows. How many biscuits can one person eat? Okay. Idea of home, you said?
Ma'am, excuse me. Ma'am, my question is related to hers. So my question is, there are two kinds of people you mostly oscillate between. The people in India who are your friends and families, and the diasporic communities of Indians in USA. What are the differences you felt between these communities and how they have evolved you as a person?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
If it's too loud, tell me. Huh? I hate echoes. Okay, so I spent the first 21 years of my life, first 22 years of my life in India, and the rest in USA, okay, far more in USA. I had wonderful friends when I was in Delhi, from childhood, girlfriends whom I absolutely adored and loved, many of whom I have to say very proudly, some of whom have become well-known artists, women artists, and well-known people. And my, and those contacts and my teachers, like I mentioned Dr. Thapar, whom I was so frightened of when I was a student because she was there on a pedestal and I was a nobody. But including all my friends and her, who is now a friend of mine after all these years, every time I came to India, I see my friends. So I spend an enormous amount of time seeing my Indian friends who have remained very close to my heart. When I went there, initially I of course didn't have any friends. Kiran, my husband, was already there for 4 years working on his PhD once, and he had his set of friends. And initially, because I was a newcomer and feeling quite alienated in a new environment and worried about my studies and coping with all the new things, my friends became his friends became my friends, okay? A joint group of friends, 50, 50, 48, 50 years ago, who were initially his friends, both men and women, fellow students and so on and so forth. So we have two sets of friends, both extremely close to us and to our hearts. We see them all the time, the American friends, and when I come to India, the Indian friends. When my Indian friends come to America, I insist. There was this friend called Javed. He was at Jamia. Then there is Ansa. These are all my child. There was Anwar Abbas, K.A. Abbas, you know, the film producer's nephew or whatever. All of them coming, staying with me, living with me. All my friends I have kept up with. So I have a circle of friends close to my heart. And as I said, I live in two worlds. I can't stay without the other. I got to go back and forth, back and forth. Either they visit me or I visit them, or I write to them. And you know what has happened? This talk about home, and then I'll stop. So what has happened for the new generation of immigrants, which is very advantageous, is social media. Yeah, that's the new thing, and I have to say that I am very backward with that. If I want to order a tea from downstairs, I don't know how to use the scanning system. मैं तो बहुत शर्म आती है. मैं नीचे जाके डेस्क पे कहती हूँ कि मुझे पता नहीं कैसे आप लोग सब. Anyway, all of you ऐसे सेल फोन पर. मैं तो and this. I think I'm an older generation person to that extent. Not everybody, my husband is quite okay, my daughter of course is. And I am left behind totally. But I recognize that I can pick up the phone and dial every friend of mine. Nilima Sheikh in Baroda, the artist whom I loved from the time I was 3 years old or 4 years old, or somebody else, or in Delhi, and Javed, who's passed away last year, or Ansa in Pakistan, who's now in London. Every week we. In fact, I said, Ansa, do not call me for the 5 days I'm working because I don't want distractions. I want only to prepare properly for my student. But Indians also see movies, right? So it becomes another medium. They keep in touch emotionally and in terms of the culture with Indian movies. I wish I had more time. मैं काम करके वापस आती थी, मैं इतनी थक जाती, मैं movies who has the time in my life to see movies? Now I think after she frees me, after 2 days, I'm going and seeing all these Indian movies that I, kabhi could, हाँ बिल्कुल, because it's about diasporas. I can justify saying ये तो मैं काम कर रही हूँ. Okay, so people have to send me ideas. Huh? You have to send me suggestions. My email you can get from ma'am. And, but Indians are very good at that, of keeping in touch with other Indians, with home country, with families. Sadly, I have very little family left in India. My mother and father are gone. Grandparents are gone. My baby sister, who's not baby anymore, is in the US. My elder brother is in Arizona. My family, whatever little, and my own family is with me. I am sort of lost touch. It is the friends who are close to my heart. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Any more questions?
Yeah. So, ma'am, do you think it is worth the hype about how Indians fantasize about studying abroad, and one can get the same level of academic success in India?
So, what the question is about?
Is it worth the hype about how Indian fantasize studying abroad?
Okay, boy, that's a tough one for me to. I was perfectly happy with doing BA and MA in India. Okay, I was 100% satisfied with the education I got. But there was a yearning to explore a new land, new opportunities, have new adventures. Okay, I may not look it, but I'm very adventurous. I want new places and new things. I like to see new things, meet new people. Um, so but in answer to your question, I would say that American education is, Indian education is very good. Doing a PhD here is perfectly equal to doing a PhD there. The advantage is in the freedom to explore different subjects, new subjects, and they give you much more freedom to do many different things. In India, we are still stuck. If I'm a student of ancient Indian history, all I do is take courses in ancient Indian history. I was never satisfied with. In America, I could move back and forth. You see how fickle Indian history to Chinese history and Japanese history to African history to women's history to human experience to comparative religions. Nobody could stop me in the university. There was no way. They encouraged me and said, sure. Now, was I stubborn? Maybe. But if you have the guts, the American education is a wonderful education. It's for self-discovery and self-exploration. And the difference between, Sadaf, you don't listen. The difference between teacher and student is, the gap is much less. So we are able to interact in ways that in India we were so afraid of our professors. On a pedestal. Not so in America. Okay? And I think that's, I suppose so. So, of course, they're going to say yes. I don't know. Are you afraid of Dr. Farid, ma'am? So how is it that I'm afraid of her? Okay, I'm pulling her. She's my friend. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am here. No, but I think it's a different relationship. America is certainly a more egalitarian society. There is no question.
I would say that there is one thing that they still do not allow our students, that is eating good meals. Eating anything, vegetables in the classroom. But I don't, like, still in our system, this is not considered very polite, you can say.
Okay, so I'm going to counter that. Yes. Okay, I have to admit that I don't totally, for myself, my experience is not the same as Dr. Fareed, and I respect, the differences. In my class, if students came with a Coca-Cola in their hands or a sandwich in their hands, I didn't care. The only thing that was important to me, that they learned what I was teaching, and at the time of exam, when they had their papers, that they produced a work that they could be proud of. Okay, so for me there is no issue. I'm not suggesting that you should. She will say, "तुम तो बिगाड़ रहे हो मेरे students को, वो अब कमरे में आके खा रहे हैं, classroom में." Don't do that, please. Of course, of course, of course. हाँ, बिल्कुल. But not totally, totally. I totally agree, but this doesn't. Absolutely, but it is also true, and I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. It is also true that we are not very much an egalitarian society, huh? Compared to United States, where I had students from all kinds of backgrounds, uh, and students who had different cultural norms and all. India is still very much a class-entrenched society, huh? And economically, I mean, how many students in the villages can afford, unless they get a scholarship, huh? And the opportunities, the egalitarianism in American universities, to me, was one of the nicest things. And I'm more comfortable now with, I taught in Delhi University, but I'm perfectly happy because it doesn't, the quality of students does not change. It is just the customs are different. Yeah. Okay. When you have to end, you end.
Okay.
Please.
So, ma'am, my question was that since you shifted to United States, and it's a country of color. Like United States was populated by people who came across from a lot of part of the world. So people there are generally more accepting towards other people. Had you been, you went to maybe Japan or China or countries who had a culture of their own, an ancient history, do you think that you would have felt that comfort towards, being accepted as a foreigner?
Not at all. Uh, from a very personal example, I have to mention that my only brother, who is very beloved to me, is married to a Japanese woman, an artist whom he met when he was a student in America. I have traveled, of course, to China, but also to Japan. And I found Japan even more constricting and restricting than India, okay? I had to behave, I had to, and even with my sister-in-law, forget going to Japan, this is Japan coming to America, I had to be in the beginning, she had a lot of trouble. You've seen my personality. I laugh, I talk, I criticize, I say things that may not be always. And she was married to my older brother. And she could not. The first week she met me, she was sitting there with a long face. And they were just newly married. They're married in my house. I was the host. I took care of the cooking with my husband. And I asked her, I said, what's the matter? I asked my brother when I took him aside. I said, what's the matter with Mamoy? Have you two, husband and wife, new husband and wife, have you fought with each other? And he called her. And she said, it's not your brother. It's you I am worried about. So she said, you speak too much and you open your mouth too much and you don't show enough respect for your older brother. Now, she didn't understand my relationship with my brother, which is a teasing relationship. I love him and he loves me. But we tease, it's like, we are teased. And she couldn't believe that I was so disrespectful. I mean, she thought I was disrespectful. And here, I'm stupid enough to think in marriage mein koi problem ho raha hai. The problem was not him, the problem was myself. And I learned my lesson to calm down when she, firstly, to be a little more proper. So I don't go there. She comes when she comes. But I think both of us have adjusted, okay? We see less. When he wants to really hang out with me, he comes alone. And we have a wonderful time. I go once a year, very politely, and I'm in my best behavior, but it kills me. But much more difficult in Japanese, Chinese. China, I was there not for very long. I didn't live there. China was not easy. The language, I knew the language, but I had a very hard time. But I think the Oriental societies are even one step worse than us. And I'm just relaxed, I like human beings, and I tease and joke, and I think there are different rules of etiquette. Japan and China are no. So American universities were very comforting. Americans are completely without any constraints about everything. A little too much on the extreme for me, but chalta hai. Any other way. I think we probably have, it was such a wonder. I mean, what am I going to do when I go home? I have to have my husband ask questions, because otherwise I'm going to be lonely for all of you. Take care, please. Theek hai?
Thank you so much, Professor Purnima Mehtabar, for sharing your valuable experience when you moved to US. So, as we have moved to the ending culmination of the program, the session has ended. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. नहीं रखो यहाँ कल के लिए. Oh, I see. I was going to walk away with that.